I see a couple of familiar faces. Hello, Tanya, Dikla, Precious. Who else is here that's, yeah, so familiar. Guys, are you ready for awesome 9 days? Welcome to Action Factory. So are we going to learn something over the next couple of days? So let me just formally introduce myself. My name is Dion. I'm Chandra's dad. That's about it, right? I'm going to be training you guys over the next couple of days. I started Action Factory 2008. I've been training nonstop since then. This is my life, my passion. It excites me. I eat, sleep, breathe this stuff. Some of you guys know me already because there's some repeat students on here. You guys will hopefully confirm that statement because you know me by now. This is just who and what I am. I just love this stuff. I've been doing it nonstop since 2008. And yeah, it's just an absolute dream. It keeps me young, keeps me energized. It's just a blessing to be able to do this stuff. I'm a young 59. I'll be turning 60 at my next birthday, which is around the corner. So just so you guys know, when I turn 60, I expect a ticket to the F1 that's going to be in South Africa next year. If anybody wants to donate, please talk to Chandra. She can organize a donation. It's 5,000 Rand a ticket or something. Are you guys ready to learn? All right, so let me give you a rundown quickly what this course is going to be about and what you can expect for the next 2 or 3 days. Today, we're going to start off and we're just going to build what I call foundation. So today is going to be a lot of theory. So put your theory cap on. It's just theory to get you to understand the absolute basics, how the brain functions, what's the relationship between your conscious brain, your subconscious brain. Why do we sometimes make a decision to take out a gym contract and then we don't go? How does that work inside of the brain? So it's a lot of theory today just to get a basic understanding of how the brain works. Tomorrow, we'll probably end off on the theory and we start with skills. What are the typical type of skills we need to be great NLP practitioners and coaches? So Sunday and Monday, a lot of that is being spent on skills, just to get the basic skills in place so we know what's required. Then we start kicking off at least by Tuesday, possibly Monday afternoon already, techniques. And the rest of the course is one technique after the next. It's going to be technique, coaching techniques, NLP techniques, just techniques. We're going to keep it very, very practical. Now, here's the secret. The best way to learn a technique is to participate. The way we're going to teach you guys the techniques is I'm actually going to ask for a volunteer from the group. And I'm going to do each and every technique on one of the students. Sometimes I'll do it on the entire group at the same time. The reason for that is I need you guys to see what does it look like when someone with experience actually does that technique and make it look easy. Then we explain the steps in the technique, the process. So you're going to see someone do it. You're going to get the steps, the process. Then you guys are going to practice it on each other. So you're going to feel, what does it feel like when it's done on me? And you're going to do it on someone else. So when you finish this course, you will know how to do all the techniques. The target is to have you guys ready to coach clients that pay you for your service by Sunday next week. That's the goal. You guys okay with that? So it's going to be a very, very practical course. You do get certified at the end, obviously, but you get certified not because you're present, you get certified because you're capable. So during the time frame, obviously, we will be monitoring your capability and can you do this stuff? Is that okay? Now, the best way to experience technique is to be completely open, authentic, and real. If you're going to come up and you're going to say, well, Dion, do this technique on me because I have a headache. Then it's not really a massive thing. The more real we are and the more authentic we are, the more we're going to experience this whole course. Cool? So I'll open up and tell you a lot of stories about me, but I need you guys to open up and tell me, any challenge, limiting belief, behavioral patterns you don't like, maybe some emotional baggage you've been carrying around. Whatever it is, the idea is let's sort it in this group on this platform. Let's get ourselves fixed, and then we go out and we can fix the world. What do you guys think? Is that okay? So you guys are going to get to know each other very well over the next couple of days. Whatever we say on here, please, we keep it here. Ethics prevail. Please don't go after the class and then tell your family member, oh, you won't believe what that Dikla said in class. It's like, wow. And then tell them what you heard in class. Keep it private and keep it confidential. Is that okay? Guys, please, 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 please. Also, the recordings that we put on the groups, please don't share them with anybody else. We try and keep it confidential and in this group. That's a critical thing. Ethics is part of coaching and NLP. So let's try and keep it that way. Okay, cool. Any questions at this stage? Anybody got a question? All right. Now, we will take enough breaks during the course. Today, we're going to push. It's Saturday. We want to spend some time with our family. At South Africa, we need to braai. The weather's great for a change. So we're going to try and push and finish around about 2 today, tomorrow as well. I cannot promise it. If you guys have 100 million questions, then we might take a little bit longer. I don't mind questions. Please, please, please ask as we go. But we'll handle it as we go. We'll push through. We should be able to finish around about 2. So you guys can plan to spend some time with family. All right. Dikla, why are you on the course again? You're a master coach already. What are you doing on here, by the way? Or are you just bringing your sister in?
Hello, Dion.
Hello, Dikla.
I'm just excited to refresh things, and like even today you said lots of practical, which is great.
Yeah.
And yeah, just really a refresher, and it's important.
Your sister's on here as well.
She is there, or Free is there, yes.
Okay, there we go. All right. I see. Yes. The only similarity is the hair. No, wait a minute. When she smiles, like it's
yeah.
Yeah, we often get family members on here. All right. Anybody here that's got an interesting story? Tanya, you on here again as well. Why are you on here again? What are you doing here? You know all this stuff already, girl.
Just a refresher for me as well.
Okay.
I need to refresh.
That's cool. That's cool. Guys, the reason these guys are on here, just so you know, once you've done this course, you are allowed to come back and redo the course for free. In fact, we strongly advise that you do, because every time when you come on here, you'll probably notice that I don't train exactly the same way. So just to give you guys a heads up, there's 2 ways of training. The one way is your academic approach, which is a very process-driven approach. So to give you an example, if I was teaching an Excel course, I would measure your skill, your capability. I would decide where we want you, and then we just train you in a process how to get from one level to the other. The moment we talk about humans, the way we think, our emotional states, everything else, there's no process. Because no 2 humans are the same. We're all absolute unique individuals. So when we train this course, I teach it in what's called an options-driven approach. So what does that mean? Well, I throw a lot of information all over the place, scattered. I do not follow the manual exactly. I don't read from the manual. I find it extremely boring. The manual is here, and we'll use it as a guide, and we'll refer to it later on in the course. But there's a lot of stuff that we're going to teach that's not in the manual. There's a lot of stuff in the manual that I'm not going to talk about. The history of NLP and statistics, stuff that's boring. I'm not going to read it from the manual. You guys can read it at home. Is that okay? So the training we're going to do is very practical, very real, but it's going to be a little bit random. In the first couple of days, a lot of you guys are going to go, what's happening? There's too much info. That's normal. Your brain is going to be bombarded with a vast amount of new ways of thinking, different concepts. And we do that deliberately. To a certain extent, I want to scramble your brains a little bit. So when it reshapes in a different alignment. So don't stress out when you feel confused. Ask, we'll bring clarity, and at the end of this course, you'll get it. Is that okay? You guys courageous enough to do it that way? All right. Right at the end, I'll wrap everything together. We'll put it together, and you guys will feel comfortable with the knowledge. Not just the theory, but the application, because that's the important part of it. All right. All right, let's start the training. Let's jump in. Let's talk about what are we going to train about. We're training two concepts on this course. The one concept is life coaching. The second concept is neuro-linguistic programming. And that's how to alter patterns in the brain by the use of language. So what's the difference really between the two? The life coaching component speaks very much to the logic, the analytical part of the brain. The life coaching part is, where am I? Where do I want to be? And what does the strategy look like between these 2 points? How do I get from here to there? That's the coaching part of it. And as I mentioned, it's very logic, it's very analytical, it's a structured process, very simplistic, very easy to follow. Once you understand it, it's simple. It's just basic steps. Do this first, do that second, do that third. So that's the easy component. Now, a lot of people ask me, Dion, why is coaching so important? For me, it's a very simple thing. It's about a conversation between two people where one person leaves the conversation better off and with a bit of a plan. That's it. So let me ask a quick question. Who of you guys had a conversation with someone else in your life and that person left the conversation better off and had an idea what to go and do after the conversation? Everybody? Come on. You've all had that conversation with someone else. So here's the good news. You are already coaches. You are naturally born coaches. We've all had those conversations. We've all done that with someone. We've all changed a life somewhere. Yes? Correct? So what do we teach on this course? How to do it in a shorter time frame with better results and more effectively. That's what we're going to teach you. We're going to hone the coaching ability that you naturally got. Then we also teach you the subconscious component. That's where the NLP comes in. Because in your brain, you've actually got two parts. You've got a conscious and you've got a subconscious. And the subconscious actually makes more decisions and is a bigger driver of our reality, who we are, how we behave, how we react, how we respond, than the conscious mind. And we need to learn how to utilize the abilities of the subconscious. When a client comes in and they've got a challenge, usually that challenge lies on a subconscious level. Fear is born in the subconscious most of the time. That's where it grows. So we need to really understand how it works and how to change things in there. So some of the things are going to look like little magic tricks. They're not. They're just very basic components that work. So where does NLP really come from? Richard Band and John Grinder, years ago, decided to put a process together of a collection of techniques that work. So literally what they did is they went to psychologists, therapists, hypnotherapists, gestalt therapists, different kinds of people that do therapy and have fast, effective results that last. They observed, what are these guys doing? They took that process, gave it a name. Every technique individually, gave it a name, gave it the steps, put it into a box. That box is called NLP. NLP is merely a collection of a whole lot of stuff that works. It's not a field. It's not a science. It's not a academic approach. There's no real manual that says this is NLP. NLP is merely just a collection of a whole lot of tools, techniques, processes that give result. In most of them, we don't know why they work, quite honestly. We know very little about the brain, but we know if we do certain things, we get certain results and outcomes, and that's why we use them. So I see Heidi sitting in a car at the moment. Heidi, do you know exactly how that car engine and electronics and the computer in it, do you know how everything works in the car? Heidi? No? But you do know if you put that funny thing called a key into the hole, you turn it, and the engine goes around, and you change some gears, and you do this and that, it moves you from one place to another. That's the principle of NLP. We do not know exactly how everything works or why it works, but we use it because it gives us results. It takes us from one space to another. Simple as that. Is that okay? Make sense? All right. So what is the concept about the brain? What is important about NLP to understand? The first thing we need to understand, the first principle you guys need to understand is you've got a conscious mind and you've got a subconscious mind. Most of us grew up with a focus on the conscious mind. If you guys, when you were kids and you were in daydreaming, your parents came up to you and says, come on, wake up, think, focus. Anybody else had that? I had an occasion with a slap against the head. Boom, wake up, think, focus. Sit in class, and teachers going blah, 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 blah. And your brain is going la, 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 somewhere completely different. And teacher threw you with an eraser. Anybody had that? Who's still from that era? It was such a cool era. The teacher would take the eraser and throw it through the air so you can focus, be in the present. That's how we grew up. We grew up believing that my focus, my attention, my conscious is the strong part of my brain. That's the part that directs what I become. But is it really? Because logically, analytically, we all know what we should do with our lives, right? We all know that we should eat healthy food. You guys agree on that one? We all know we should eat healthy food, right? Okay, hands up. Who's eaten KFC or McDonald's or a pizza or something? Come on. Now, which part of logic is that? There's no logic in it. So how do we make that decision? We made it on the subconscious. There was a feeling that drove us to that decision. We all know exactly what we should be doing with our money, right? We should be living only on 50% of our salary. We should be saving a certain amount. We should be investing a certain amount. Who's ever walked into a shop to go buy bread and milk, and you come out with a trolley full of stuff and there's no bread and milk? And you just ended up buying other stuff, yes? Come on, these are things we know. Who knows, logically, when you're in a relationship, you should be nice with your partner. We know that, yes? I've been married for 37 years to an amazing woman. I know intellectually I should be nice to her. But who's ever said something and as the words came out of your mouth, you just knew, oh my goodness gracious, why did I say that? I'm an idiot. It's just come out and you said it in the wrong way. You just knew. All right. So here's the thing. Logically, we have certain choices. Subconsciously, we have different choices. And these two parts of the brain are in competition. Unless they are perfectly aligned, we are going to live a life where on one level we think something, but on another level something else happens. Let's go very practical. Who's ever taken out a gym contract or knows someone that's got a gym contract? Any gym bunnies here? Who's ever had a gym, ever in your life? Who's had a gym contract before? Now, how do gyms make money? Well, they make money because you don't go. Because logically, the brain says, I need a gym contract because I need to look like a Greek god. And you go and you take out your gym contract and you go to the gym day 1, day 2. Who's done this? Who remembers it? Oh, sorry. First, you go to Sportsman's Warehouse because you got to go buy the right outfit. You got to look the part, right? Come on now. That's the reality. You got to look the part. Now, you take out the gym contract. You go to the gym. That first day, you're like, oh, man, this is so cool. Then the second day, you're pumping. Third day, you're sort of figuring out what to do. You keep doing this for about 6 days, non-stop, and you're feeling buff and strong. And day 7, you go, well, when God created the world, he rested on the 7th day. Maybe I can rest today. And then you rest. And 3 months later, you're still resting, and that debit order is still going off. Ching. 6 months later, it's still going off. And you feel too guilty to go and cancel it because now I'll go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow. Who's been there? Who knows someone that's been there? Come on now, let's be real. That's what happens in life. On a logic level, we know we should be doing something. We know we should be going to the gym. We know we should be eating the right stuff. We know we should be nice with our partners. We know we should be, be conservative and not spend our money on things we don't need. And we just buy it because we want to impress people we don't even like. We know these things logically. But we end up doing something else. Is there anybody here that's in your entire life, you've done exactly what your logic brain told you to do, and you've always followed those decisions, those reactions, those behaviors. You've never in hindsight went, oh crap, that was a really shitty decision, and life has just been absolutely perfect. Is there anybody here like that? Please raise your hand, because then I want to come to you and I want to worship you like a god, because you are absolutely, then you must be perfect. So the question is not a matter of, do we sometimes have things that happen in our lives that we're not happy with? here's the key. The question is, can we change it? And what do we do with it? So let's assume that something has happened. You've made some bad choices and you've done some things and you've adapted some behavioral patterns that you're not happy with. Can you change is the first question. What do you think the answer is? The answer is always yes. And the reason we can change is because we are living creatures. We are alive. Therefore, we can change. Everything that's alive is constantly going through change. None of you guys are the same that you were 10 years ago. Or anybody? You guys still look the same? Denzel, do you still look the same that you did 20 years ago? You grow more handsome as you age, my bro. Yeah, of course. And that, oh, look at that sophistication coming through. We change. We are human beings. We living creatures. We are always going through change. Yep. You guys agree with that? So what if we can just learn to direct the change to where we want to change to? What if we can redirect how we change so that we can change into what we like to be? Now, I'm not saying change from, I'm a white male to black. I'm not saying black female change. I'm saying internal behavior, thought patterns, reactions, responses, values that I live by, belief systems that I hold onto, my identity of who I am, and the way I interact with this wonderful thing called life and this world and people around me. Can I change that? Yes. The key is how and which ones. When do I need to change? What needs to change? And how do I do it? And that's what you're going to learn on this course. So you're going to learn the techniques on how to do that. How to identify, firstly, where the change should start. And secondly, what to do to bring that change. And it needs to be lasting change. It needs to be forever change. Cool. Think about this, guys. What if 10 years ago, someone sat down and said, here's a magic wand. I can recreate your life over the next 3 years, and you can become the person you've always dreamed to be. Imagine that happened to you 10 years ago. Would your life be a little bit better today? Would you be a better version of you? Would that be cool? Is it possible? Is that magic, or is that just weird pink and fluffy stuff that Dion's talking about? The reality is it's real, it's possible, it's practical, it's achievable. You can literally. Now, I'm not saying you can literally completely look differently, but you can reshape your reality. It is in your control. It's not a magic thing. And I'm not talking about, some weird reshape realities, kind of weird stuff. I'm talking you can reshape your reality. You can reshape the world you live in by simply changing, first and foremost, how you think. Secondly, the decisions you make. Thirdly, the way you act and respond and behave. Fourthly, the way you interact with the world around you and how you perceive the world around you, how you gather information and what you do with that information. Those are the simple ways in how we change our reality. And that's what this course is built on. All the techniques are related directly to change the way we think, change the way we make decisions, change the way we behave, change the way we perceive. If we change those things, our reality shifts. Because a lot of people say, but Dion, you can't shift reality. Well, depends where your reality is. You see, we somehow believe that reality is on the outside of us. No, it's not. It's not. Your reality is on the inside of you. So let's get and just understand this principle first. Let's unpack it. Because I don't want to make statements and you go, this is going weird already. We need to really understand how the brain functions, how we gather information, and how we think. Is that okay? So let's look at it from an analytical, I almost want to say from a scientific point. How does the brain actually work? How does the brain actually decide what is reality and what is not? Are you guys ready? Do you want to know that? How have you created the world that you live in? Your perception, your views, your emotional feelings. How did you create that? That's the important part where we need to start. And that's the fundamental that we can start with today. So when we go through this life, our brain is constantly on a learning curve. Our brains are constantly absorbing information. You can almost say we've got tentacles out and we are absorbing data. data, incoming, data, data. Now, the smart guys say they can do a calculation and do a sort of an accurate guesstimation, sorry guys, of how much data is around us. And it comes to quite a scary number. There's some variables and some people disagree and they've got bigger numbers, smaller numbers, but roughly we are exposed to roughly about 20 to 40 million bits of information that's floating around us in the universe per second. So your brain, the gray matter, you are exposed to about 20 to 40 million little bits of data per second. Now, there is no computer on this earth that can process that vast amount of information, and most certainly not the human brain. That's the first thing we need to understand. Just think about that. What if there was an awareness, a conscious awareness of absolutely everything happening around you, and you were focused on everything? In other words, what if you were focused on everything that's in your line of sight? What if you were focused on everything that your ears are hearing? What if you were focused on everything that your body is feeling? What if you were focused on everything you're smelling? What if you were focused on everything you're tasting? What if you were focused on everything that's happening around you in every sense? If your brain focused on all of that 20 to 40 million bits of data, what do you think would happen to your conscious brain? Overload. So we need to understand what the brain does. What the brain literally does to prevent itself from exploding and from being able to cope in this wonderful thing called life, the brain actually selects what and which packets of that 20 to 40 million bits of data it is actually going to focus on. It is actually going to take in. So how does the brain take in data? It uses the 5 senses, and we use an acronym called the VACOG to talk about the 5 senses. So the 5 senses are basically your visual, it's what you can see. It's your first in the VACOG. The second, the A stands for your auditory, is what you can hear. Third in the VACOG is the K, which is your kinesthetic, which is your touch, it's what you can feel. Your VACOG, the O stands for olfactory, which is your smell, your taste. No, I'm confusing myself here this morning. Olfactory, I've done this 20 years already and I'm still confusing myself. Olfactory is your smell, and the G is your gustatory, which is your palate, your taste system. So it's your sight, it's your hearing, it's your touch, it's your smell, and it's your taste. Those are the 5 senses. This is what we as humans use to gather information. So I want you guys, all of you guys, just look around the room quickly. What can you see? How many shapes can you see? How many colors can you see? If you look at the screen in front of you, the monitor, and if it's on gallery view, how many faces do you see? How many different facial lines do you see on the screen? How many hairs do you see on the screen? How many different hairstyles? Are you guys starting to become aware that your visual sight actually is exposed to a vast amount of information? Okay, let's go to the next one, auditory. Now, you're probably in a quiet room at the moment, you're hearing my voice, but what if you are driving to work? What if you are in a shopping center? What if you are taking a walk in nature? What if you're scuba diving, you're 30 meters below the surface of the ocean? How many sounds are there? Who's been in a shopping center lately? How many sounds are there? There's a lot of sounds. Yeah? You go out of the house, there's a huge amount of sounds. Your ears are exposed to a vast amount of information. Kinesthetic, what are you feeling at the moment? You're feeling a temperature in your skin. You're sitting on the chair, so you're feeling the chair on your bum. Are you holding a pen? You're feeling that pen in your hand. Are you wearing clothes? Hopefully. Are you feeling the clothing on your body? Are you feeling? Yeah, of course you are. Some of you guys are actually feeling your hair. I mean, if I look at hairstyles like Dicker, you got to feel that hair. Yeah, and Sri, you got to feel that hair. That's a lot of hair. You got to feel it. There's an awareness of it, right? You're feeling, if your arm is resting on the desk, you're feeling that arm on the. There's a lot of kinesthetic touch information that your brain is absorbing all of the time. Next one, your smell. What are you smelling? What's in the room? Did you have coffee earlier? What are you smelling? Did you have a party last night? Everybody smoked weed and that smell is still hanging in the house. What's the smell? Did you have a cup of tea? Is the room dirty because it's musty? Is there, or maybe you've got a dog like mine that farts, that smells. I don't know. What are you smelling? What's in your room? What are you smelling? You put on perfume or aftershave this morning? Haven't you taken a bath for a week? Just check. No? Are you smelling? What are you smelling? There's a lot of smells around us. Again, if you go out in nature, how many smells are there? Lots. If you go into a shopping center and you go from one area of the shopping center to another area, have you noticed the smell changes? Especially if you go to the coffee shop area where all the restaurants are. How many smells are there? If you go into a large store, who's been into a large Edgar's, for example, or something like an Edgar's, where you've got a women's department, a children's department, a men's department, and then all the different departments. Have you ever walked from one department to another and noticed how the smell changes? Isn't that weird? Our nose is actually very exposed to vast amounts of information. And the last one, what's on your palate? What are you tasting at the moment? I'm tasting a bit of last night still. It was a rough one. But what are you tasting? Some coffee, maybe you just brushed your teeth, you're still tasting the toothpaste, or you had breakfast. Your saliva is constantly changing its taste inside of your own mouth. So even that is giving you information. Your whole gustatory system is constantly giving you information. So here's the basic thing you need to understand. Your brain is exposed to a vast amount of information through the senses every second. Now, how does that information really enter, or how do we experience that information? Do we really experience that information on the outside of us? Let's do a quick test. Everybody, your camera's on. I'm going to move my finger across the screen. I want you to point. Now, if you've been on my course, you know this trick, don't cheat. I want you to point to where you see my finger. Can everybody just point to where you see my finger, please? Point to where you see my finger. All right. Now, most of you guys are pointing like that. Just go back in your own memory quickly and remember when you were at school and the teacher explained, how does your sight work? How does sight work? How does your eyes actually work? Do you actually see something on the outside of you? No. Light bounces off a substrate and is reflected into your eye. And at the back of your eye, it hits it like a screen upside down. And there, that information is then processed inside of your brain and creates a visual image. Is that correct? Am I right? How do we hear? We don't make sounds with our mouths. We merely create a wave which travels through the air, hits the eardrum, and where is sound created? It's inside of the eardrum. It's the interpretation of that sound wave that creates a sound. So, where does the reality actually happen? Where does information get processed? On the outside of you or inside of your brain? Inside of your brain. We see on the inside. We hear on the inside. We feel on the inside. We smell on the inside. We taste on the inside. Our reality is shaped not by what's on the outside, but what comes into the brain. Now, does all information come into the brain? No. If you guys have ever been sent to the kitchen to go fetch something, you open the cupboard and it's not there. I know. I mean, as I say, I've been married 37 years. Wife says, "Can Dion just get the butter for me, please? It's in the fridge." I'll open the fridge. No, I don't see it. It's not here. It's on the shelf right in front of you, in the middle. Who's ever done that before? And it's like your eyes just don't see it. It's right in front of you. You just don't see it. How did that happen? Does the fact that it's there, is that the reality? Or is the perception you're having that it's not there the reality? You see, what's more real to us is actually what's happening on the inside, not what's happening on the outside. How many times have you said something to, or someone said something to you and you misinterpreted what they've said? Has that ever happened? Yep, of course. So what is the reality? What they said or your interpretation of what they said? Your interpretation. Because that to you is the reality. How many of you guys have gone to a live show before with a couple of friends or family members, and you come back and you talk about it, and the one says, oh, it was an amazing show, the music was cool, and you go, I don't know, the music wasn't so lucky for me, but the crowd was awesome. And the other one goes, oh, the crowd was so irritating, they were bumping against me the whole time. And the other person goes, what do you mean? The crowd was awesome, the music was fine, it's just this technology, the sound wasn't really crystal clear as I would have wanted. You know, the amps didn't work properly, or the speakers were a bit blurry. We can all have exactly the same experience, but our interpretation of that experience differs. Correct? We can go on the same holiday to the same place. Some people will have fun and others won't. It's not what happens to us. It is the interpretation and what information about that experience we gather. You can have an identical twin grow up in the same house. Born obviously from the same parents, grow up in the same house, same opportunities, same exposure. The one twin can end up being the CEO of a large corporate, and the other one can end up in jail. Yep. Who's got family members where you just turned out completely different? But you were exposed to the same. You were exposed to the same reality. How is that possible then that you turn out completely different? It's what information we take in, how we process it, and how we perceive it. There is reality. So when I coach my client, and this is why this is important, do I coach them on a factual basis of what reality is, or do I coach them based on their interpretation of what they believe reality is? You see, the thing is, what we perceive as our reality shapes our belief system. Now, the minute I say belief system, very often people think it's a religious, it's got to be a spiritual belief. No. What do you believe about yourself, your own talents, your capability, the environment you live in, the house you live in? What do you believe about the people you have around you, your family? What do you believe about your career, your job? What do you believe about the country you live in? What do you believe about world politics? What do you believe about your financial situation? What do you believe about your past? What do you believe about your future? All of these things shape who you are, your belief system. Now, the moment we take on someone's belief system directly, the moment someone challenges your belief, as humans, we tend to defend it. We dig our heels in and we defend our beliefs because it's our beliefs. The only person who can really change your own beliefs is you. Yep. Advice usually is when someone else is trying to alter your belief system. When someone tells you, no, you're wrong, but you believe you are right, what do? You challenge it. Even if you sometimes know you are wrong, you're still going to defend it because it makes up part of your belief system. Does that make sense, guys? As coaches, we cannot take on our clients' belief system directly. We coach inside of their belief system so that they themselves come up with a shift. So there's some techniques that we do specifically so that my client has their own epiphany. So here's one of the first golden rules of coaching. If a problem exists in the brain of a client, the solution also exists in the same brain. You see, the brain requires duality to comprehend. Up needs down for it to make sense. Left needs right for it to make sense. Light needs dark for it to make sense. In needs out for it to make sense. The brain comprehends in duality. Let me put this a different way. If you get in my car You get into my car with me, and there's a massive crack on my windscreen. How will you know there's a crack? Bhavin? How will you know there's a crack?
Because there's no crack on the other side.
Yes, here's the reality. The only way your brain can see and comprehend and understand there's a crack on the windscreen is by knowing what the windscreen looks like without the crack. Kaboom. Hello? Kaboom. Mic drop moment. The only way your brain comprehends problem is by knowing the opposite. Now, usually we identify a problem with a conscious brain, and often the solution lies in the subconscious brain. You see, when you get into my car and the windscreen is cracked, consciously you go, windscreen is cracked. But the only way for your conscious brain to understand that is for your subconscious to know uncracked, normal, whole, so it can make that comparison and understand. But where is the identification of the problem happening? It's happening on a conscious level. Now, what we tend to do normally, the key, we tend to try and solve the problem on a conscious level. Now we desperately try and apply discipline, focus, and consciously we try and fix it. And what's the result? Disappointment, stress, anxiety, and sometimes even depression. If we can just chill, tap into the subconscious where the solution is, allow it to surface and apply. So what's our jobs as coaches? Very simplistic. As an NLP practitioner, as NLP coach, our jobs is not to give the client the solution. Our jobs is to take them through a process where they tap into their subconscious and bring the solution to the surface. It's already there. We're not there to fix them. If I believe that I need to fix people, if I believe that I've got the solutions for everybody, I've got a serious ego problem. I do not know everything about my client. I've never walked in their shoes. I've never walked in anybody's shoes. It's actually an impossibility. I cannot fully comprehend what other people are going through. It's impossibility. They are too complex. I can have an idea, a vague idea. I might sometimes have the right solution for them. But if I believe that my solution is the best, then I operate from ego. We are not ego-driven. We are merely catalysts that assist my client so that they change on their own. My job is not to tell my client what to do. What if I tell my client what to do and they follow those steps and they make a complete disaster of their lives? Will you take accountability? No? No, you don't. So just don't tell them what to do. Let them tell themselves. Advice is an oversupply and an under-demand. How many times has someone else told you something and you just went, yeah, okay, you just didn't do it. And then one day you wake up and you go, I'm going to do this. And you decide exactly the same thing yourself. And you do it and it works. Ever had that before? Oh, yes, we all have some level. When we come up with our own solutions, there is buy-in and there's commitment. When someone else tells us the solution, there's always a little bit of resistance and very often procrastination. I don't want my client to have resistance. I don't want them to procrastinate. I want them to have complete buy-in, commitment, dedication to the solution. So it's important for me to take them through the process so they come up with their own solution. So as a coach, I have a rock solid, absolute belief inside of myself that when my client comes to me with a problem or a challenge, the solution is in them. And I coach them until that solution surfaces. You guys got that? Yep. Is that a cool one? It's a completely different approach. Now, I need to understand how this weird thing, this brain of mine, how it works. How does it decide what information is important, what information is not important? Because now remember what I said, we are surrounded by about 20 to 40 million bits of data that's constantly exposed, that wants to get into the brain. What would happen if my senses absorb all of that? The brain would explode. So it needs to shrink that amount of data down. Now, how much of that data do you think your conscious brain can actually cope with in any second? Put in the chat, let's see, what percentage of that information, or what do you think, of the 20 to 40 million bits, what do you think your conscious brain can actually handle? Wants to give it a bash. 10%? So you're talking about a million. 1%? All right, all you guys are completely wrong. It's much less. Drop that number completely. 3 to 5%, no, way less. So here's the interesting fact, guys. 0.5%, 0.05, even less. You're just adding a lot of zeros there. 3. All right. On a bad day, all right, a bad day, your brain can deal with, your conscious brain can only deal with 5 bits of data per second. That's it. On a good day, you're almost twice as smart. Your brain can deal with about 9 bits of data per second. We call it the 7 plus minus 2 principles. 7 minus 2 is 5. 7 plus 2 is 9. So roughly round about 7 plus minus 2. That's what the conscious brain can actually deal with. That's it. Oh, am I that dumb? On a conscious level, yes. Subconscious can deal with more. Subconscious can deal with about 1 million. But that's the subconscious. The conscious can only deal with about 7 plus minus 2. How do we know this? Well, the smart guys say they can measure it. But I'll give you a couple of practical areas in life where you've experienced the same. So think about it this way. Your brain needs to be able to focus, to think, to function. It can only deal with about 7 plus minus 2 bits of data. It's exposed to 20 to 40 million bits of data. So what does it need to do? It needs to filter down all the information. Now, the brain does 3 things in this filtering process. And these 3 things is absolutely critical to understand, firstly. And secondly, you need to grasp them so strong that when you communicate with your client, you can identify what happened with your client. All right, so we're going to spend a bit of time on these 3 things. Absolutely vital that you understand and grasp how the brain works. So to take this vast amount of data to a usable volume in the conscious brain, the brain needs to filter it down, needs to shrink that volume into information. So it does 3 things. Number 1, it deletes. Let's prove it quickly. Who of you guys like reading? Any readers here? Ever read a good book? Okay. Who's read a good book, and while you're reading, at some stage you realize you got no idea what you just read? And you had a page back 2 or 3 pages. Where did that data go? You were focused, you were reading. Where did that data go? Gone, deleted. Yep. Who's ever been in conversation with someone you really actually like? I mean, I love my wife. She's gorgeous. I've been married to her for 37 years. She's beautiful. She's intelligent. She's funny. She's nice. I love talking to her. But she has occasionally had to say to me, aren't you listening? Where sometimes I've been in conversation Come on, guys. Tell me if this has happened to you. You're listening to the words. You're listening to what that person is saying. And all of a sudden you realize, no idea. Does that happen to you? Who of you guys can repeat word for word what I've said over the last 5 minutes? Are you not listening then? Your brain has already deleted some of the information. Our brains are constantly deleting. Who of you guys drive exactly the same route to work every single day? And one day you missed the turn that you've taken so many times before. Has that ever happened? Who of you guys walked into the house and you put your car keys down, and you know where you put them down, and then 10 minutes later you're looking for your car keys and you got no idea where you put them. Where did that information go? You deleted it. Who of you guys have been looking for your reading glasses? Anybody see where? I don't know where my reading glasses are. They're just here. You deleted that information. Or is that just me? Yep. Who's ever been introduced to someone? They say that your name or their name. You repeat their name. You turn around, or literally a minute later, you go, no idea what your name is. No idea. That's a normal function of the brain to delete a vast amount of information. We delete incoming information and we delete outgoing information. Let me explain. We don't have enough time to say what we think. So we come up with words that are nothing else but shortcuts. This is a pen. No, it's not. Technically speaking, it's a plastic cylindrical construct with a nib and I need to literally give a scientific explanation really to tell you what this is. But we have just come up with a name for it because it's a shortcut. We call it a pen. The most used word, shortcut word, love you. I love you. Well, I've got a wife. When I say I love you to her, there's a certain meaning attachment, right? When I say I love you, there's a different meaning attachment, same words. When I tell my daughters I love you, is it the same meaning as when I say to my wife, or is there a difference? There's a difference, right? In fact, all three of them, when I tell the one I love you, it's a different love than the other one. I tell my dog I love you. Is that, when I tell my dog I love you, am I saying the same thing what I say when I tell my wife I love you? You better say no. I've looked at a plate of food and I said, I love you. I've met a complete stranger and spoken to them for 10 minutes and said, I love you. I can look at some of you guys and I can say, I love you. Is that expression the same meaning, attachment to everybody? Or is there a difference? There's a difference. So even when we speak, we don't fully express everything. In our language, we delete a huge amount of information. We say merely what's on the surface. But underneath what we've said, there's a completely different, deeper structure. How's your day? Fine. Who's answered that before? Fine. Meanwhile, your world is falling apart. Okay. We delete when we communicate, when we say things. It is impossible to verbalize everything that's going on inside of our brain. So when we communicate, inside of the communication, deletion is always happening. It's a natural part of the brain. So ladies, it's Saturday, so there's obviously going to be a rugby game on this afternoon. So when you go into the lounge, your husband is sitting, holding the remote in his hand, watching the game. You cannot talk to him as well because his brain can only deal with 7 plus minus 2 bits. If he is going to listen to you as well, his brain is going to overload and it's going to explode. Okay. So when he ignores you, just go to him, hug him, and say to him, I'm so happy your brain didn't explode. Okay. He has to delete something, and he's not going to delete the game. Is that okay? You guys got that? You know what? A lot of us are leaders in corporates. We give instructions to other people. But we somehow believe we are gods, so when we speak, they must listen. They may not delete. How dare they do something that's actually quite natural? And if they dare delete anything we said, we give them a written warning. We prove to them that we are their masters and in control. If what is going to come out of your mouth is so important that the earth will stop turning on its own axis, if someone doesn't hear it, you need to understand that people will delete. It's a natural functionality. So if what you are going to say is so important, on who is the responsibility to ensure that the listener hears? On the listener or on you? See, we've been taught it's the listener. Listen, 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 and listen. No, it's not. It's on you, the speaker. It's you, the coach. You have got a dual duality responsibility. First is when your client speaks, you need to identify when they are deleting vital pieces of information. Yep. Because if you don't identify it, you're not going to know which questions to ask. And you're going to jump to conclusions. Let me give you a quick practical scenario. Let's assume someone comes to see you for a coaching session, all right? And they say to you, can you coach me? And you say, yes. What? How should I coach you? Well, my husband beats me every Friday night. What's already going through your brains? Who of you guys already seeing a movie of a husband coming home drunk from the pub and a fist in the air, who's already phoning the police, domestic abuse, violence, all these movies going around in your head? Who's had that run through you? The moment I said it, my husband beats me every Friday night. Who had that happen? Guys, put your hand in the air. If you saw a scenario with abuse, yep, okay. The reason that happened in your brain was because you did not have all the information. A vast amount of information was deleted. So here's what the brain does. When information is deleted, we color it in with our own story. You see, my husband beats me every Friday night. Really, what happens Friday nights? Well, we play chess, and he's really good at it. And he beats me at chess every Friday night. Did you notice how instantly the story changed? Because there was a little bit of more information. Guys, you need to identify if information has been deleted when your client speaks to you. And they are going to delete. It's called active listening. You guys with me? Are you learning something? Brains on? Or have you deleted everything so far? Guys, are you getting this? Offrey, you want to ask something? All right. It's natural to delete. We have no choice but to delete. We will delete all of the time. It's just factual. It's one of those things. I need to be aware of it as a coach. So when I communicate with my client, I need to make sure that I'm communicating clearly. Sometimes I need to repeat the same thing in a different way to ensure that the message gets across. I need to sometimes check what they heard. That's called asking questions. When they talk to me, I need to listen. When they delete certain bits of information, I do not jump to a conclusion and color in the story. I ask questions and I base my reactions response on factual information, not on my assumptions. Is that okay, guys? We coach on facts, not assumptions, not feelings. I think what my client is saying and what they might need. No, that's too ambiguous. We need proper information. So we need to train our brains to listen, to realize that they're just going to say stuff on the surface. Below it, there's a much deeper structure. And we need to listen for when they delete some information. All right, cool. All right, now we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully during the break, you're not going to delete everything. After the break, we'll talk about what are the other two things that the brain does. So we'll take a quick 20-minute break, a little body break. When we take breaks, guys, best thing you can do is get up out of your chair, move, so your body moves, so oxygen goes to your brain, so it's a muscle and it thinks better and clearer when you come back. All right, so go take a walk. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. Recording in progress. Thank you, American lady, for your very nice message. All right, let's get the party going. You guys remember what we learned before the break? Clement, has your brain deleted that part already, or do you remember?
I really enjoy, and the deletion part of what's coming in and what's going out, it's an eye-opener.
It's very real all of a sudden, right? Yeah. Very, very important. As a coach, you absolutely, I want to say that's probably the number one rule as a coach, is you need to realize your client's going to delete. We'll get more into it. There's more than just that, obviously. We'll get a bit deeper, but that's one of the biggest things. How do you check what they've deleted? How do you ask questions? Those type of things obviously will follow, and we'll teach you guys that as well. So, are there any questions at this stage? Faith, yes?
Hi, thank you, Dion. So most of my work is to do a lot of workshops with people. So now that we're talking about deleting information, is there a specific time in the day that'd be a better time to coach or talk to people where it's more likely that they will retain more information instead of deleting?
You're talking about a time of day?
Yes, time of day, yeah. And best suited.
It varies from person to person. So you literally have some people that are more absorbing in the morning, and some people are more absorbing at a later stage. What is vital, where we absorb the most, is when we have fun. Someone has got a lot of... Dikla, can I make you co-host so you can help with the muting in the background? Is that okay? Tanya, I'm making you co-host as well. You guys can just help. So, Faith, I think what you need to understand, firstly, is people will delete. So a good speaker, if you listen to even the way that I teach, I would very often repeat the same thing in a different way. So it's repeating the information. You can ask questions but you can also monitor visually your client, and we'll sort of get into that skill where, because everything that happens inside the brain manifests in the body. So sometimes when someone gets what you say, there is a response, there is a reaction. You can use that as a measure as well. So there's a couple of things, but the number one best way to get people to actually absorb is they need to have fun. If we have fun, we tend to be in a more absorbing learning stage than when we're not having fun. When we're not having fun, we go on a defensive mechanism. If we're having fun, we immerse ourselves more into the experience. If that makes any sense. All right, can we continue? So what have you learned so far this morning? That you have a brain that has mainly two parts, a conscious and a subconscious. It does have a third part, which is called the unconscious. That's the part of the brain that's mainly used to, get your blood moving through your veins, your heartbeat, your lungs, how much air do you need to take in, keeping your organs functioning, that type of thing. So your unconscious brain is always awake, always functioning. Your subconscious brain is always awake, always functioning. Your conscious brain is not always awake and not always functioning. The part of you that goes to sleep is the conscious. The part of you that goes to la la land sometimes and switches off completely is the conscious. The conscious brain alters its level of awareness, if I can use that term, its level of awakeness, where the subconscious brain is always aware and always present and always awake. It doesn't go to sleep. Conscious brain, very limited, 7 plus minus 2 bits of data that it can handle. Subconscious brain, about between 1 million and 2 million bits. The subconscious brain actually is extremely genius. So officially, every human being that has a subconscious is actually genius. Did you guys know that? You are extremely creative. I'm going on a little bit of a side thing here, but just interesting information. When the penny drops, what does that statement mean? Who knows that saying? When the penny drops. What does it mean? Epiphany moment, right?
It's an aha moment, yeah. It's a light bulb comes on.
Where does it come from? The saying, well, there's a couple of stories where it comes from, but one of the stories, which is the one that I believe, is from Winston Churchill during the Second World War. He would sit in a very comfortable chair with armrests, and he held a penny between his fingers. He would think about problems that he needs to solve. He would then go into a very relaxed state. When would the penny drop? When he's starting to fall asleep, just before he falls asleep. The fingers would relax and the penny would drop. He would then write down the thoughts in his mind at that moment. So what happened? His conscious brain started going asleep and the subconscious thoughts came to the surface. You've all had this experience. Sometimes when you go to bed, you put your head on the pillow just before you fall asleep. It's like life is so clear. I mean, you solve every bloody problem in the world. Sometimes you wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and your brain is just like genius. Who's had that before? And tomorrow morning when you wake up, you desperately try and remember what you're thinking last night. You can't because it's just too much. So what happened was your subconscious brain was thinking, because it thinks very similar to the conscious. There's slight differences. I'll explain them later. But it thinks with 1 million, 2 million bits of data. It's genius. Now, tomorrow morning you wake up and you're trying with a conscious brain to remember what in other words, with 7 plus minus 2 bits, you're trying to remember what a million bits did. Not possible because it's too much data. And the moment the brain is confronted with too much data, it withdraws. That's why you sort of, you first get that sense of, I'm trying to remember. Then the second one is you feel a level of frustration, irritation. Yep. And then you just go, oh, I got this. You actually switch it off. You withdraw. So what's the strategy? Early days when I started realizing this, I write a lot because the subconscious is genius and it just pops things into your brain. I write them down. So I write, I make notes. I've got papers everywhere. I make notes all of the time. At one stage, I would sleep with a notepad next to my bed and I taught myself how to write in the dark because I didn't want to switch the light on and wake the wife. So I taught myself how to guide with my pinky on the page in the middle of the night on my pad and make notes. Why would I do that? Because that's my genius part of the brain. That's the extreme creative part of the brain. That's the part of the brain that can come up with brilliant ideas. That's the part of the brain that has epiphanies. When the penny drops, aha moments. So you can actually learn to tap into that part of the brain. So even Leonardo da Vinci, in some of his books that he wrote, or some of his historic writings, he did something very similar to Winston Churchill. He didn't sit with a penny. He actually held 2 metal balls in his hand. I know this is going to sound funny for some of you guys, but so he would sit with the 2 metal balls in his hand and go into a very relaxed state, and then the balls will drop. So when his balls dropped, he would try and write down and draw things that was in his brain. That's apparently one of the reasons why he taught himself to be able to write and draw with both hands at the same time, because he wanted to get this vast amount of knowledge onto paper very, very quickly. So yeah, sleep with a pad and a pen next to your bed and allow those genius thoughts to go into paper so you don't miss them. Yep. Who's genius at 2 o'clock in the morning? Any geniuses here at 2 o'clock in the morning? Wow. Your conscious brain is asleep. That's the subconscious thinking. It is a genius part of your brain. And tap into it, learn to tap into it. So a very simple way, meditation, deep prayer, everything takes you into that state where the conscious switches off and the subconscious comes through. So there are practices that you can do to tap into it and tap into your genius. All right. So yeah, you are now officially allowed to call yourself a genius. Everybody say, I am genius. Next time someone says you're stupid, I'm genius. We all have genius in us. All right. All right, let's get to the next thing that the brain does. So this is the fun one. This is the fun one. So what was the first one again?
It deletes.
Deletes. All right. Second thing the brain does, it distorts. It alters. Alters how? Well, when we go through life, we have a thing, and the only word that I can really give it is a cup of knowledge. So I'm just going to use this bowl as a representative. So inside of my brain, I've got a little bowl like this, which is my cup of knowledge. So as I go through life, all information that I've gathered, all conclusions I've come to, all things that I'm aware of is stored in this little pot inside of my brain, my cup of knowledge, yeah, in my brain. When information is gathered through my senses, when information comes towards my brain, the way the brain tries to very quickly understand, it looks firstly what's in here, and then looks for something similar to grasp this information. So I want to give you guys a couple of examples. So here's a whiteboard marker, a red whiteboard marker. So if my brain understands this is whiteboard marker, okay, that knowledge is now in my brain. If another one comes towards my brain, another whiteboard marker, let me get this thing out of focus. There we go. All right. So this is also a whiteboard marker, but it's a different color. So the brain can take both of them and categorize them as one category, whiteboard marker. But it can also now, with the knowledge it has, goes red whiteboard marker, orange whiteboard marker. Now new information comes towards the brain. Something similar, but not exactly. A pen. Oh man, these focus screens. Come on. You guys can see this is a pen, right? What have I got in here already? Whiteboard markers. If this now comes towards the brain looks firstly what's already in here. So it's going to say, looks like whiteboard marker, not whiteboard marker. Writing instrument. Writing instrument. It now takes all of these and puts it into the category writing instrument. Now, all of a sudden, all of my pens, all of my writing instruments, my back, bowls and bowls of them fall into that category. So if the brain sees something similar, it goes writing instrument. It's a very quick way for the brain to comprehend, but it looks at what's in here already. So let's make it very practical for you guys quickly. I'm just going to do a quick screen share with my whiteboard. You guys should be able to see it. There we go. All right, you can see my whiteboard, right? So I'm going to write a word and in a child's handwriting. Can you guys see that word? I want you to think about that word and allow your brain to create an image. In other words, if someone would say that word out loud, what would you think of? What would you see? What is the image that comes to your own mind? You guys got that? Have you got an image? All right, let's have a quick check here. I'm going to ask a couple of you guys what your image is, and I want you to sort of just say it out loud. So unmute yourself and just mention it. So Shamim, what was your image? What did you see?
It was just a black cat with green eyes.
A black cat. How big was that cat?
Standard size. Just a normal
Domestic?
A normal pet, domestic pet.
Wasn't a jaguar?
No, I wish it
Okay.
was.
It was a domestic pet, black with green eyes. Where did you see it? Where was it? Was it on the couch? Was it on the bed? Was it just hanging in the air?
No, just something on the street.
Okay. All right, cool. Akil, what did you see?
I saw a cat also.
A black one with green eyes?
No, I saw like a ginger cat.
Ah, all right. You saw ginger cats. Some slightly different. Bhavin, what did you see?
Same ginger cat with white stripes.
But was it the same one as what Akil saw, or did you see your own one?
Maybe it was his, I think.
All right. Who saw something completely different? Who saw something else except a domestic animal? Offrey, what did you see?
I first saw like a drawing of a cat, and then then my brain took me to a cat that I specifically know of, an ex's cat. That's probably the most time I've spent with that cat, and I could see it in the lounge they used to have. Yeah.
Quite detail you saw there. Denzel, you also raised the hand there. What did you see? And then Francis?
Yeah, I saw Big Mama Puma. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So big.
Big Mama Puma in the wild, but then I've also got 6 of my own cats at home. So my mind bounced between the 2 images.
Ah, interesting. Francis, what did you see?
I saw the cat emoji.
The cat emoji. Ah, okay. Now, here's the concept that I want you guys to grasp. Whatever you saw was not based on what I wrote. What you saw was based on what's in your pot of knowledge. So your brain saw this 3 letters, CAT. What did I actually write down there? Central African Time. I meant my intention. Here's what you need to grasp. My intention of the information was Central African Time. Your comprehension of the same information was not based on my intention. It was based on what's in your pot of knowledge. Does it make sense, guys? You need to grasp this. Your brain distorted according to what's in here, not according to the intention. That penny needs to drop. You need to get this. When your client speaks, what are they using as a reference point when they communicate with you? They use their pot of knowledge. How do you understand? We use our own pot of knowledge, correct? So the trick of a great coach is to ask questions to have an understanding of the client's pot of knowledge. Now I can comprehend differently what they are saying from their platform of understanding. Guys, if you work in a corporate, who's had quite a long experience in a corporate already? Just show of hands. Who's worked in corporates already? All right. So if you go into the corporate environment usually has their own language. Every corporate has acronyms they use. They speak corporate language. They have words that are relevant to that organization. Now, if you have Auntie Martha, you know who Auntie Martha is, right? Auntie Martha is 180 years old, and she's been working for the corporate for 147 years already. You all know who Auntie Martha is. When Auntie Martha speaks, she speaks corporate acronym lingo language. Little Johnny joins the company. He's been there for a week. Auntie Martha gives him an instruction. Using what? Using her platform of reference, which is the corporate language. Johnny hears the instruction. Using what? His platform of reference. Johnny now does something completely different to what Auntie Martha intended. Johnny now gets a written warning because he's not listening. Are you guys grasping this? Does it make sense? Do we speak the same way to a 60-year-old CEO of a corporate than when you're going to speak to a 13-year-old teenager? Do you speak the same way? Do you explain things the same way? No, you don't. Why? Platform of reference is different. So naturally, where there is an awareness of this, we do know when we communicate with certain people that we need to use a different platform of reference. But when I coach, I need to absolutely be aware of this, because distortion will happen. For some people, a certain type of statement is a compliment. For others, it's an insult. You can use the same statement. I can say to someone, I like your beard. And some of the guys will go, yeah. And someone else will go, what do you mean? You think I'm old? Distorting according to what's in your platform of reference. Now, here's the interesting fact. Your emotional state decides what's on the surface. Who of you guys have been in a really, really great mood and someone insulted you and you went, whatever. And then the next day you're in a really, 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 really sensitive mood. And someone just makes an objective observation. No, you're broken hearted. Now you take it personal. Your emotional state determines what's on the surface of your platform of knowledge, your pot of knowledge. So your easy first reference is what's on the surface. Make sense? When I coach my client, I need to have an awareness. What's their state? Because their state will influence what information in their pot they're going to draw on. If they're in a bad state, should I continue with the coaching session? Or should I maybe just firstly get them into a more neutral state, a more controlled state, a more congruent state? Yes? We go through life and we distort information consistently. You just saw it with Central African time. Did anybody, by the way, see the word cat there and thought about the drug? Don't raise your hand. If you did, just come and talk to me afterwards, because clearly, I mean, that's in your platform of reference. We need to have a session after this. I caught you out. So it was just a naughty trick of mine. All right. Does it make sense, guys? All right. Central African time, and you saw a black cat with green eyes. I mean, like, come on, how far could you misunderstand what I was saying? How many times has that happened? A lot. Guys, even learning works this way. You know, if you teach a young kid, if you take a 3-4-year-old and you want to teach him maths, and you explain to him the concept principle of 1 combined with the concept principle of 1 equals the concept principle of 2. What is that kid going to do? Are they going to learn? No, because you're not using language which is in their platform of reference. So there's no comprehension. So what do we say? We say 1 apple or 1 apple. Why? Because now there's something in the platform of reference. They take this new layer of information, distort a little bit, and that's how learning happens. Learning happens based on what we already know. Learning is not epiphany moment falling out of the sky into your braining. It needs to be layered on top of what we know and understand. Yep. Make sense? Because we are constantly, learning is nothing else but distorting in a good way. How cool is that? Learning is nothing else but distorting in a good way. But we also distort in ways that don't serve us. I'm gonna use an example, especially for some of the ladies. And gents, back me up here. If you've got a woman in your life and you've watched them prepare before they go out to a nice event. So I'm going to use Faith. I'm going to use you as an example. So let's assume I invite you to a very fancy event. I'm going to, take you on a great event. Now, here's what Faith is going to do, guys. Number one, she's going to go to the cupboard. She's going to take out her outfit. She's going to put it on, look in the mirror. She's going to take it off, throw it on the bed. Take out another one, put it on. look in the mirror, take it off, throw it in the bed, take out another one, put it on. Am I right, Faith? How many outfits are you going to go through? Like a whole cupboard, and eventually I've got nothing to wear. And then most probably put on the original outfit that she wanted. Then she's going to spend 3 hours with the makeup and the hair and the whole thing because they got to look perfect. Yep. So that's a 3-hour process. Who of you guys know what I'm talking about? Yes? Then she goes out and one of her friends sees her. Oh, Faith, you look fantastic. She goes, I just threw this together quickly. I just slapped this on. Brand new outfit, fancy jacket or top or whatever. Oh, that's a beautiful top. What, this whole thing? Come on. This whole thing. You just bought it and you paid a fortune for it. That's a distortion of a compliment. That's not the best way to distort, right? We bounce away so many compliments, positive information that we can gather and use that makes us feel better through distorting, because we get brought up to be humble, but sometimes we distort humility and we develop a false form of humility. And the moment we develop that false form of humility, no compliments are coming in, but our brains are still hearing the negatives. And then we start doubting ourselves and we go into that very negative space of, am I good enough? I feel like an intruder. I'm not as good as the rest. But we've distorted all the compliments and positive statements that came our way. We just went, oh, crap, I'm ending that. False form of humility, it's a distortion. Too much ego is also just a distortion. Someone might say, you look great. I look the best. I'm fantastic. And you go into that whole egotistical state of how beautiful you are. That's also a distortion. We are constantly distorting information. Make sense? Hello? Did you learn something here? Cool. So what's the third thing the brain does? That was the second. Third thing the brain does, it generalizes. It puts things in automatic program modes so that it doesn't have to think. So, quick example, the chair you're sitting on. Before you sat down, who took out a tape measure and a calculator and did an engineering calculation if that chair can actually carry your weight? Maybe you should have, I don't know. How did you know that chair can carry your weight? Because your brain has got a program that's been developed from a young age that says something looking like that, that color, those materials, that shape can carry my weight. And you've learned this through a process. When you started walking, what age does a kid start walking? 1, 2 years old. Look at a baby that starts to walk. How many things do they try and sit on? They'll try and sit on an empty tissue box. They'll sit on a balloon. They'll sit on anything and everything. And certain things give way and certain things carry their weight. So the brain starts to build a program of these types of things can carry my weight. At some stage, we will even sit on the box. Who of you guys sat on a box, cardboard box? The box looked strong enough, hard enough to carry your weight, and all of a sudden just said, or a plastic bucket, or plastic chair was standing outside in the garden in the sun for a whole day. It carried your weight. Previously, you sat on it this day, and the legs just said, not going to work anymore, goodbye. That's how we learn. The brain programs, It's the principle of unconscious capable to, well, let me explain that. The 4 phases of learning. Let me give them to you quickly. So the first phase is unconsciously incapable. Unconsciously incapable. A lot of you guys should know this. So a 2-3-year-old kid does not know that they cannot drive a motor vehicle. That's probably the best example, right? They are unconsciously incapable. They don't even know that they cannot. The awareness of it doesn't exist. Okay? Now they get a little bit older, they see people driving cars. Now they become consciously incapable. I know I cannot. Third phase. Consciously capable. Now that someone teaches them to drive a car, remember when you started to learn to drive a car, You could only drive the car by actually thinking about it. You had to focus, you had to think clutch, brake, petrol, first gear, second gear. Your brain had to function and burn energy to be able to drive the car. You could only do it while you were consciously aware of it, so you're consciously capable. That's your first phase. Now you drive your car, peak traffic, having breakfast, doing your makeup, writing your book, and sitting on Facebook without even thinking. Your brain is now unconsciously capable. It's an automatic program. 4 phases of learning. Unconsciously incapable, consciously incapable, consciously capable, unconsciously capable. And the reason the brain wants to get to unconsciously capable quickly, as fast as it can, is because it doesn't have to use energy. The brain is like a muscle. It needs oxygen, it needs energy, it takes effort, it can only cope with so many bits. So if it can run something on automatic, it can focus on other things. It's easier for us to function in this world. So the brain tries to put as many things in auto mode as possible. We call it reaction. In our language, we have a lot of automatic. How are you? Cool, thanks. You? We say it without thinking. Yep. We listen without thinking. We ask people, how are you? How are you doing? We don't even listen to the answer. Because we are so programmed, we're going to hear, fine, thank you. So who's heard people say this before? Hi, how are you doing? No, I'm fine, thanks. Literally the same person. Answering immediately afterwards. Because that program is just so automatic. Now, in our brains, there's a huge amount of things that run on automatic. When you wake up in the morning and you brush your teeth, is there anybody that still counts how many times you actually stroke the toothbrush, brush your teeth? No? You did when you were young. You had to. Because mommy, you know, you came out of the bathroom and mommy said, did you brush your teeth? And you went, yes. And then she said, all of them. And you went, oh, you went back because you forgot the ones at the back. So you had to focus when you were young to make sure you brush them all. But as you get older, you do it on autopilot. You do it automatically. Yep. Sometimes our automatic pilot judges people. You see, when you met me, the first exposure you had to me, you looked possibly at a profile picture of me, and you looked at the clothing I was wearing, my hairstyle, everything else, and your brain did a generalization. You came up with a conclusion of who I am, and you put me into a box. Let's be honest now. Let's be real. Who put me in a box? Come on. And then I started talking to you, and hopefully I will get myself out of that box into another one. We do it naturally. We put things in boxes. We put reactions, responses in boxes, generalized programming, auto mode programming. Certain things, if people say it, without even thinking about it, analyzing and put it into context, sometimes we get offended. That's a generalization without gathering full information. There are, guys, do you know, can I go flat out, deep, honest, real? Racism is a generalization. Any group of people you put into a category is the brain doing, now I'm not justifying it, but I'm explaining something. It's a natural form of generalization. The brain wants to put things into categories, into groups. It does it naturally. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's a natural thing to do. You did it with me this morning, guys. Come on, let's be honest here. You looked at my profile picture, everything else. When Chandra was talking to you guys on the phone the first time when you met her, when you started talking about this course, you got a certain impression. That's the word we use. Your brain created an impression about that person and you put them into a certain category. We do it with a variety of things in life. Even our reactions and responses, our moods. Very often, a lot of our behaviors are nothing else but generalizations. Because a generalization, all it requires is repetition, and it becomes a generalization. The way you move, the way you sit, the way you pull your face, a lot of your behavior, you were not born with. Behavior is learned. How do we learn behavior? Well, you come out of your mommy's womb and you start observing. Observing who? The people around you. Then what do? At a very young age, we start copying them. We then measure, am I happy with this behavior or not? If we are, we keep repeating it until it becomes automatic. There's the ladies who have got daughters. How many of your daughters, when they were young, went into your room, got into your makeup, started putting on your clothes? Yeah, little girls do that. Well, some little boys do that. Why? Because we emulate and we copy those around us, especially those we love and admire. Very often young boys want to move and walk like daddy. Who's seen young boys, when they walk next to their dads, try and stretch their legs and try and take those big steps like daddy did? Who's seen that before? It's so cute to see. What are we doing? We are copying behaviors. That's how we grow up. We emulate, we observe, we do, we measure. If we're happy, we do again. And once we've done it a few times, through repetition, it sinks into the generalization, to the programming. If it serves us, we adopt it. That's how behavior is learned. Now, what we tend to do is we very often judge behaviors. So let's put a little bit of a curveball in here. I want to tell a story. So Johnny grows up in a very poor area, struggling. Family's not very educated. They can't find work. Financially, things are not really going well. There's not always food on the table. They don't sleep warm. It's really, it's I almost want to say like bloody half of our country is living in squatter camps and everything else, really struggling to survive and live a quality lifestyle. So he decides he wants to uplift himself and he wants to go to school and study, get a good qualification, eventually go to university and really improve his life. But he has to walk to school. He's got to walk 5 kilometers to school. And for him to walk to school, he's got to pass a group of bullies. They want to intimidate him. They don't want him to go to school. They want him to join their gang and sell drugs and do whatever. So they try and stop him to go to school. So the only way Johnny can get past them is by acting in a way that's going to scare them and push them away. Which means the only way Johnny can do is he needs to act intimidating. He needs to act as if he's an aggressive guy, as he's a fighter. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to attack you if you try and intimidate me. So every day Johnny walks past this group of people and he acts out as if he's an aggressive person. Yeah, come on. He goes to school for 10 years. So for 10 years, he's acting out an aggressive behavior. What happens when we repeat the behavior over and over? It becomes unconsciously capable. It sinks in. It becomes automatic. It becomes default. It becomes part of who we are. Now Johnny finishes school, gets great grades, goes to university, eventually gets a job. 6 months into the job, he gets fired. Why? Because he's got anger issues. Come on. See what happened here, and this is an example, and this is what I want you guys to grasp. We repeat behaviors in certain seasons of our lives. Because in that season, in that environment, in that situation, with the capabilities we have at that moment, with everything around us, that behavior serves us. So we repeat it. Now it becomes part of our default, our blueprint behavior. But is it possible for us to change, for our environment, our situation, our capabilities, our skills, so that one day we get to a point where the behavior, is a key, guys, where the behavior that served me 10 years ago, that I've made default behavior, doesn't serve me today anymore. Yep. The moment we find ourselves in a situation where there's a behavior that we adopted because it served us, when we get into a situation where that doesn't serve me today, guess what we do? We first and foremost ask, why am I doing this? And you're not going to get an answer because there is no answer. It's too complex. The second thing we do is we judge ourselves. Judge ourselves. Must be something wrong with me. Why am I doing this? Then we try and get rid of the behavior by telling ourselves, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. What you're actually doing is you're just feeding it. You're just making it stronger. Because the more you try and resist it, the more it will persist, because you're feeding it through your resistance. You see, your subconscious brain cannot negate. Subconscious brain doesn't understand a negative instruction. Subconscious brain doesn't understand if I give you an instruction and I don't want you to follow it. So let's test it quickly. I'm going to give you guys an instruction. I don't want you to follow it. Do not do what I'm going to tell you to do now. Do not think of a pink elephant. Do not think about a pink elephant. And whilst you're not thinking it now, I know some of you guys are going to say, I'm not thinking about a pink elephant. For you to be able to say to me, you're not thinking about a pink elephant, means you're thinking about a pink elephant. And whilst you're not thinking about a pink elephant, don't get another one in your brain as well. Don't have two. And the one mustn't be bigger and the other one smaller. Don't let them chase each other either. Who's got elephants running around in your brain at the moment? They're pink and they're chasing each other. Yep. And the reason is because the subconscious brain doesn't understand a negative instruction. So if you tell yourself, don't eat the cake, don't eat the cake, don't eat that cake, don't eat that cake. You're feeding the desire. Subconscious brain is enlarging it, and you'll get more of it. Yep. I mustn't be lazy. I mustn't be lazy. I mustn't be lazy. Lazy. Mustn't eat hamburger. Yep. I'm going to stop procrastinating. I wonder what else I can do. Are you guys getting it? Generalizations making sense? Are we just not interesting creatures as humans? Here's the thing. We all delete. We all distort. We all generalize. We put things in default in auto mode. It's required for survival. If we didn't do it, our brains would explode, guys. It's a requirement for survival. Now, have you guys got that? What's the three things? Say it with your mouths. I can lip read. There you go. Delete, distort, generalize. Now, there are two things that influences what we delete and distort and generalize. Now, let me ask you this question. If you could shift what your brain deletes and distorts and generalize, would that serve you? You see, for some people, when opportunity knocks, you delete, distort, and generalize, and you don't realize it. And you miss the opportunity. There are people, if you have a conversation with them now, they will tell you our country's in trouble. There are people, if you talk to them now, will say there are phenomenal opportunities in our country right now. What's the difference in the two answers? Merely the deletion, distortion, and generalization of outside information and based on what you took in and what you didn't take in. Yep. Have you met someone before and you absolutely dislike the person, but that same person is absolutely loved by someone else? What's the difference? Merely what you focus on, and what your values and beliefs are. It's based on your deletion, distortion, and generalization. Do you know that you can meet any person in this world and you can really like them. Because every single human in this world has got something in them that's worthy of love. Every human has got something in them that's amazing, that's phenomenal. Every human has got brilliant capabilities, talents, and gifts. It's not if it's there or not. It's merely a matter of, is it on the surface, and did you notice it? Now, I live by the following rule. Every time I meet someone, I'm meeting a magnificent, new, great, phenomenal, brilliant, gifted individual. Do I always see it on the surface? No. But here's a fascinating concept. If I speak to the magnificent inside of the human, eventually it surfaces and it will answer me. So I'll tell you a story in my life. And this is a true story. And I want you guys to get this. Because I'm going to start sharing, and I want you guys to start realizing this is going to become real. So I grew up in a very abusive home. My father was an alcoholic, and he abused me extremely. I was beaten every single day that I can remember with whatever he could lay his hands on. If I didn't eat my vegetables, I remember one day specifically, I didn't eat my peas. He took me outside, pushed my head into the grass, and made me eat the lawn. Because I need, you don't want to deserve that, I'll give you something else you can deserve. There were some nights I was so petrified I slept on the roof behind the chimney so I wouldn't roll off the roof and fall. I don't want to go into the house. I was too scared of him. That's the house I grew up in. Now, would you agree with me that he was a bastard? You don't have to say it. That's what I felt. I hated him growing up. At a very young age, I became a dad. I was 21 when I became a father. I was 23. I had 2 children already. And one day I was talking to my kids. They were naughty and I was disciplining them. And guess what happened? I heard my father's voice come out of my mouth. I heard my father's voice come out of my mouth, telling my children they're naughty, they're weak, they're pathetic, whatever the case. I can't remember the words. So I had a bit of a challenge, because now I had an ethical challenge, because I used to call him a monster and a bastard, and all of a sudden I did exactly what he did. Therefore, I must be a monster and a bastard. How's that for an ethical challenge? But I knew I loved my kids. I knew deep in me I had the absolute heart of a father and the love of a father. So I had to forgive myself and change my behavior, which I did, and move on. Or was it that simple? Because now I was faced with a dilemma. You see, if I had the heart of a father in me and I could act this way towards my kids, what is the possibility that my dad, the monster, also has a heart of a father, just didn't know how to act differently? You guys hearing? So I made a conscious decision. I decided that he does have the heart of the father, that he just doesn't know what to do, how to deal with it. So every time from that moment onwards, when he called me stupid, I knew he actually meant I want you to be smart. When he called me weak, I knew he actually wants me to be strong. Hello? It's a choice. So which part did I start responding to? To the monster or to the heart of the father? The heart of the father. Now, he passed away a few years ago. This happened when I was in my early 20s. I'm 59 now. He passed away about 9 years ago. So I waited close to 30 years. Before he passed away, a couple of months before he passed away, I had a father-son conversation with him, where he told me he loves me, he's proud of me, he respects me, he appreciates me. He told me what I needed to hear. I had one conversation with him like that. I waited almost 30 years for that conversation. Let me ask you this question. Was it worth it? Oh yeah. How did it happen? Very simple. Speak to the king inside of the man, eventually the king will answer you. Speak to the queen inside of that woman, eventually that queen will answer you. Speak to the greatness in your client and allow the greatness to respond. When we communicate with people, there will be deletion, there will be distortion, there will be generalization, but we can choose which category we do it in. Choose to see the phenomenal in who you deal with, because that's the only way you allow that phenomenal to come to the surface. Yep. You guys getting this? When I coach people, I'm excited every time because I'm meeting a phenomenal, beautiful soul. I do not judge them based on past experiences or what they've done. Because hindsight's always 20/20. Hindsight always knows better. Who of you guys have really made some bad choices in your life? Hindsight goes back and you go, oh man, it was a really cock decision. Anybody else? Or am I the only one? Every time we make a decision or we behave in a certain way, do you know that we behave in that moment only according to the information we have available, and we believe in that moment this is the best choice and the best way? In that moment. Hindsight very often happens a split second later. But in the moment of making that choice, in that decision, we believe we're actually making the best choice and decision for us. We honestly believe it. Nobody in their life goes, this is going to be a really stupid thing to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. We weigh up things. Guys, let's ask this question quickly. Who's driven too fast before in their car? Who likes to every now and then that accelerator down? All right. So let's assume you're driving 200 meters in front of you. There's 150 traffic officers with cameras all pointing at you. Are you going to push the pedal, or are you going to stay in the speed limit in that time? You're going to stay in the speed limit. Why? Because the consequence of going too fast is clear. It's obvious. Then there's another day where you've driven down the road and you come back again and you check again and you know there's no cameras and no speed cops and it's an open road and you just feel it and the adrenaline wants to pump and you know that endorphin and you like the sound of the car and you put the music and you blow it. Do you know you're breaking the law at that moment consciously? Oh yeah. But the feeling of satisfaction is so good. Yeah. Are you making a good decision? According to you in that moment, yes. Because you've weighed up the consequences. You've weighed up. This is the amount of pleasure I'm going to get from this. This is going to be the lekker. And this is going to be the oops-a-daisy consequence. We weigh these things and we go, okay, this is the best choice. Your client is going to sit in front of you and they're going to tell you something. In some cases, you're going to be shocked by what's going to come out of their mouths. If you judge their choice or their behavior, you've missed them, you've lost them, you cannot coach them, resign, leave, go find another job. We coach them according to the following principle. Whenever they made the decision, whenever they behaved in that way, when they did it at that moment, according to the information available to them, they believed they made the right choice. Hindsight, totally different. We've all been there. We've all done it. So how can we judge someone else for doing the same, especially as a coach? I'm not saying in real life you're not allowed to do it. I'm talking when you coach, guys. Please. Okay. Is that all right? Getting this? Give them permission to be the human that they chose to be. Cool. If you guys are realizing that coaching is a little bit different to what you thought, maybe. And this course is probably going to be a bit more intense because we're just starting. Cool. Yeah, Dikla. Are you still here? Francis, you still here? Are you learning? Getting in? All right. Everybody, is stuff going in? Are you absorbing? What are we doing here? Here's what I want you guys to understand something quickly. When a client is going to come to you, they've got a challenge, they've got a problem, they've got a goal, whatever the reason is. They want to buy their Bugatti, they want to start a business, they want to go through a divorce, they want to become a better version of them, whatever the case may be, whatever it might be. When they talk to you, they've already spoken to other people about it. They've already thought about it. They've spoken to themselves about it. They have verbalized it already. They have probably Googled solutions already. Yes? If you think and respond in the same way the rest of the world does, you're not going to bring change. If you think and respond in the same way the rest of the world does, you're not going to bring change. For you to be able to allow them to change, to be the catalyst, you need to respond differently. You need to think differently. You need to listen differently. You need to ask different types of questions. You need to make them think differently, because when we think differently, things change. When we look at things differently, what we look at changes. If I take a number 9 and I flip it upside down, what have I got? Another number, a 6. If I turn it sideways, I've got a comma or a colon. When I look at things differently, what I look at changes. Your client is going to come in because they've been looking at the problem or at the challenge or at the goal in a specific particular way that's not serving them. They have spoken to other people about it. They have Googled, they've gone onto YouTube. They've looked for the answer. They've not found it in the normal way. What is our job? Very often, just to make them look at it differently. If I'm on a braai and someone asks me what I do for a living, my favorite response, I teach people to think differently. If you are going to think and ask and act the same way everybody else does, your client is going to get the same outcomes that everybody else gives them. Why would they pay you? They're going to pay you for a different perspective, for a different outcome, for a different viewpoint, for a different solution. Hello? That's why we teach these things about the brain, so you can understand it, comprehend it, so your approach and your conversation and your interaction with your client is not the same as everybody else around it. It's different. Is it right? It doesn't have to be. It just needs to be different. Because there is no real right or wrong in coaching. There's simply, are you getting outcomes or not? That's the bottom line. Are you getting results? Is there outcomes? Are there shifts? That's what it's about. It's not a matter of right and wrong. Is there a shift? Change equals growth. Stagnation doesn't exist inside a living creature. Hibernation does, stagnation doesn't. Stagnation is a myth. Stagnation in reality is death. If something is stagnant, it's actually busy dying. If something is alive, it's actually busy growing. And growth equals change. If a tree doesn't produce a new leaf, it's actually busy dying. If it's producing a leaf in a year time frame, it's busy growing, it's alive. Life equals change. Comfort zones are stagnation. Most of them, not all of them. And growth very often comes with discomfort and pain. That's the reason why when we coach, I always have a box of tissues with me. Because growth and change comes with pain and emotional responses. And in this week, I can guarantee you guys, some of us are going to cry in this classroom. Because it's real shit. It's not pink and fluffy. We're not here to tickle your ears and just make you feel good. We're going to take on stuff in your life and you're going to stay it and we're going to get emotional about it because we're real. Because we're all bloody empaths. That's why you're here. You feel the world's pain and you want to fix it. Isn't it? Of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. All right. Guys need a quick break? Do a quick 20 minutes break. All right, you guys learning something at least? Be careful if you say yes or free. What did you learn so far?
Well, what jumped to mind immediately was our automatic responses and how we often react in the way that our parents do, even though we really don't want to. It made me think a lot about myself, about my ex, about my current boyfriend, and just how we don't see the bigger picture when we're having an argument sometimes, and what's actually being affected. And talking to that and not what the discussion is about, because it's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We measure according to our own perception. A lot. Yeah. What is interesting, I mean, if you compare us humans to other animals, most animals, when they get born, they are quite capable to fend for themselves, to eat, to move, you know, to function. Where humans are not. We get born and we need to be helped. We need to be fed. We need everything to be done for us. So the first 2 years of our lives really is just to be able to survive and to develop to a stage where we can, you know, be human. Then the next 5 years is very, very much a time in which we create our blueprints. We observe, replicate, install. And you know, there's a beautiful old saying, and I think it comes from the 1400s. Give me a boy till the age of 7 and I'll show you the man. And the reason behind it is a lot of our blueprint thought patterns are installed in that first 7 years. So the way you think about money, you listen to your parents' conversation. The way you think about relationships, you watch their responses and their interaction. So true maturity, in my personal opinion, is when you get to a point and you realize, all right, well, this is my blueprint, but it's not serving me, so let me change it. You know, and not judging another person's blueprint, but realizing it's installed programming and it can be changed, and improving yourself. To me, that's what we do. That's what the personal development industry is about. It's installing better blueprints. Because just because that blueprint was installed doesn't mean you're stuck with it. You know, you're a living being. You can change. You can change your mind. You can change your thoughts. You can change your beliefs. You can change your values. You can change your behavior. You can change your skills. You can change anything about you. You are the creator of your destiny. So you are capable.
Upgrade your software.
Sorry, Denzel?
Upgrading our software.
Upgrading software. We've got generalization is nothing else but programs. The blueprint default responses, nothing else but programs. So put a virus in it and install a different program. So what did you learn today, Denzel? Seeing that you...
I like the what you said earlier on about behavior is learned, which we know.
No, you just muted yourself by accident there.
Oh, Dawn, sorry about that.
Okay.
What you said about behavior is that it's learned, and we know that. But I also loved your statement that you said when you speak to the king inside of the man or the queen inside of the woman, eventually that king will answer. I absolutely love that, because it's seeing the best and drawing it out of that person when they think they are the worst.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. Tanya Adamson. There's more than one Tanya here.
Hi.
Pacific. What did you learn today?
What did I learn today? I mean, there's a multitude of things, but I really like the conscious, subconscious brain. And then what was very interesting for me was how much you absorb in the subconscious mind and how much it's capable of absorbing without you even realizing.
Cool. And that is genius.
Yeah.
Yeah. So isn't that cool to know that you're actually a genius, everybody? You just need to tap into it. It's there.
That's wonderful.
No, it's there. It's yours. Use it. It's your choice. Sibongu. Now I've got to pronounce your name right, bro. Sibongule. Seriously, have I got it right? Sibongule. Come on, help me out here. Right. Sibongule.
Sibongokuhle.
Sibongokuhle.
Yes.
There we go. There we go. What did you learn today?
Okay, actually what I've learned is it's a confirmation of what I'm trying to instill within myself. For example, when I meet people, they all show different characters based on situation they are in and whatever. But what I'm trying to instill in myself, and you just confirmed this, is I need to see myself to every people I meet, to every person I meet. Because whatever I might think it's wrong with him or her might be wrong with me.
Interesting thing you're touching on there, and that is that we only recognize what we already know. So a lot of people think learning is very often when you gather new information. So you come on a course like this, and I asked you, what did you guys learn this morning? But what about the following statement? I'm just trying to get you guys to think differently. What if I tell you that you actually didn't learn anything, that you actually already knew everything that I spoke about this morning? The reason it rang true for you is because you knew it, and you just got it into a new structure, a new context, but it's confirmation of what you actually already knew in your subconscious. You are now consciously aware of it. That's the only shift that happened. Come on, guys. There's nothing you heard this morning that is actually new to you. Somehow, as I spoke about it, you recognized it. Learning is not necessarily gathering new information, but recognizing your awareness that you have and giving it a structure and a strategy. Yep. We are full of information. We have vast amounts of information. We live in a world where we have access to anything. So why don't we use it? Because we struggle to get information into the correct context, and we struggle to apply information. So information in itself is actually just dead. There's no value to it. It's useless. It's the moment we can apply information that it actually carries value. But for us to be able to apply it, we need to have a conscious awareness of it. We need to have a strategy on how we're going to apply it. Does that make sense, guys? So what am I doing? I'm just restructuring stuff you already know on a conscious level, and then we're going to give you the strategies on how to apply it. That's basically it. So you're not really learning anything. You're just becoming more aware of what you already know. Hello? There's nothing new. There's nothing new. Guys, you guys with me on that one? I'm getting a lot of blank looks here. Was that too deep for a Saturday morning? Heidi, hello, I see your camera's on. Heidi, what have you learned this morning? Unmute, Heidi. Unmute. The left bottom of the screen is a microphone button. There we go.
Good morning. Hi.
Morning.
I've been following you guys. I was just packing up at a market this morning. I think I've learned and I've started to understand why I have felt so unheard most of my life, because I realized other people were deleting what I was saying. And I think it's caused me to do some introspection and to ask myself why people are muting me. You know, I've just I'm hearing what you say here, and then I'm applying it on this end, and I'm thinking, okay, is it because I'm not zoning into them, or is it because maybe I'm coming across in a way that they're deleting me? Because that's been a thing that I've walked with a lot of my life, is that I felt unheard, and but from when I was quite young, and there could be other reasons as well, but that was one of the things that has been interesting to me this morning. And then I loved what you said, Nana, when you said, you know, when you continue to address the queen or the king in somebody, that they will eventually appear. I loved what you said over there. I'm trying to think what else there was. Those are the things that stood out for me this morning.
I find it interesting that you're saying you're not being heard. And if you guys remember, one of the things I said, the moment we have a challenge in our lives, one of the first things we do is we ask the question, why? We try and make sense of it. If we're challenged in any way, we try and make sense of it. If we're confused in any way, we try and make sense of it. And we ask the question, why? But our minds are so complex. And guys, please understand my heart here. You're not going to find the why. The why goes too deep in detail that the human brain doesn't comprehend. There are different questions we can ask. We can ask when, we can ask how, we can ask different types of questions to gather information. We'll spend a whole session just on that. But I want you guys just to start becoming aware of it. So think about your brain as the follower. There is a whole story in the manual on this, but I want to maybe just tell the story. And Heidi, it's very relevant to what you just said. So thank you for bringing that out. And by the way, did you notice I heard you? So not everybody doesn't hear you. It's just some people, but I got what you meant. So imagine you're an elephant. Now, there's a tradition in the East that's still alive, but it was used quite a lot, where they would get a young boy and get a wild elephant, and the two will be trained together. It was called a mahout. So the young boy would become the rider of the elephant, and he was called a mahout, and the elephant would be used like we use machinery today to go out in the forest and to, pull down trees and move stuff around and whatever. So these two built a relationship, and the boy was trying to train the elephant, and eventually the elephant would respond to his instructions. So now think about this quickly. It's a little young boy sitting on this massive elephant. Which one is really in control, the boy or the elephant? You see, the rider believes that he's trained the elephant and that he is in control of the elephant. And because the elephant very often submits to the mahout starts to believe that he's in control, and he's got a small little stick and he directs the elephant with us. But that's what I call the illusion of control. Because it is just an illusion. If the elephant decides, I'm going to go left, it will go left. That rider physically doesn't have the ability to make the elephant go in another direction. It's merely through submission that the elephant actually follows the instruction. But it has got the power to do something else. Your conscious brain is the rider. Your subconscious brain is the elephant. It wants to serve your conscious brain. It wants to do what you tell it to do. It wants to submit. But if it makes a different decision, it will go where it decides. There are times in our lives when our conscious decisions and our subconscious decisions are not synchronized. When what we experience doesn't make sense on both levels. That's the moment we tend to ask the question, why? Now, think about it from this angle. If that rider is on the elephant and the elephant is going down the path and the rider tells it go straight, but the elephant sees an apple and veers off the path and eats the apple. The rider is going to ask, well, why did you do that? Can that rider truly understand? No. What it can understand is what happened before, during, and after the process. What possibly triggered it? How did it happen? Did the elephant eat? So there are certain questions that the rider can use to gather information so they can be better prepared in the future. But can it truly understand everything that went through the elephant's brain? No. It's not in control of the elephant. It's an illusion of control. Your subconscious functions differently to your conscious. Totally differently. Conscious brain is aware of time. Yesterday, today, tomorrow exists on a logic conscious level. It doesn't exist on a subconscious level. There is no time in the subconscious. The subconscious, everything just is. That's why if you sometimes pull up a memory, you feel it in the moment. It's something that happened 10 years ago. How are you feeling it now? Because inside of the subconscious brain, there's no separation between the two. There's no separation of time. Everything just is. The subconscious brain cannot differentiate between what's real and what's not real. Subconscious cannot differentiate between what is real and what is not real. If you guys have watched movies before and you cried, I mean, are you not aware that it's an actor? And you cry because they die? I mean, logically, consciously, you are aware of the fact that they are just acting that they're dying. They're not dying really. Next week, they'll show up in another movie. You know that intellectually. So why do you cry? You cry because part of your brain cannot differentiate between what's real and what's not real. Wow. That's why we dream. That's why we daydream. That's why we have visions. That's why we have hypotheses of possibilities. Hope. Hope, the principle of hope, is based in something that's not real yet. Inspiration is based on something that's not real yet. Motivation is based on something that's not real yet. Most emotions are based on things that are not real yet. It's an anticipation of something that hasn't happened yet. Worry, fear, anxiety, stress, 90%, 99% of it is based on things that are not real yet. Based on a potential, that might happen. So why are we struggling with this? How does this happen? You've got to understand the basic functionality of what we are as humans. And we need to appreciate that we are hardwired for certain kinds of responses and reactions. And it's written in your DNA. So if you go back, let's go back to man when he still lived in a cave and he was still a hunter. All right. So he's safely in the cave. He's calm, he's relaxed, he's chilling, he's having his moment, sitting by the fire, watching the flames. He's in a cool state. But now he's hungry. Now he wants to go and fetch food. He needs to leave the safety of the cave and go where? Go into the wild world where there's what? Where there's bears and lions and animals that wants to eat him and bite his head off. So for him to be able to survive, to gather food, he needs to position himself in a dangerous situation. For him to be able to survive in a dangerous situation, his senses must be extremely aware, watching what's moving, thinking what could go wrong. What's that? What's that? What's that? Is that a lion or is that just a wind moving the bushes? What's that? That's the only way that our ancestors could survive. By doing what? By fearing what could possibly happen. I hope this is going to get in there. We survived by fearing what could possibly happen. Through that process, our senses were alert and we actually picked up the signals of something. Here comes a lion or whatever, and we survived because of it. We could defend ourselves because of it. We could start building weapons to defend ourselves because of it. It's through a potential fear of putting your brain into a potential future and thinking of what can go wrong that has kept us alive. Now, here's the key. That's written in your blueprint of your DNA. It's part of who you are. Fear is not something that's a negative. Fear is proof that you are human, that you're alive, that you think, that you anticipate, that you prepare. Most people, when they start feeling fear, they look at it as a negative. No, embrace it and going, I'm alive. I'm actually real. If you need to do public speaking, one of the greatest fears in the world, who of you guys are nervous? You've got to do, imagine standing in front of a crowd of a couple hundred people. Who'll be a little bit nervous and have a bit of fear? Anybody? All right. Why? Why are you nervous? Why are you fearing? You know why? Because you want to do it well. You want to be heard. You want to deliver your message. You want people to get it. You want them to have that epiphany moments. You want them to hear, to change, to feel, to experience what is inside of you. You want to be able to share you with them. So what are you fearing? You're fearing that not happening. Now you're going to, so next time when you need to do that and you start feeling that anxiousness and a little bit of fear, realize the following. You're only experiencing it because you're authentic. You're only experiencing it because you want to share yourself with them. It's actually a beautiful fact that you're feeling that little bit of fear. Every time I need to come into a new group, I have a little bit of fear. The day I stop having that fear, I'll probably stop doing this, because then there's something wrong with me, because then I'm not authentic anymore. Then I'm not real anymore. Fear has been keeping you alive. Fear stimulates you. Fear takes your senses and makes them extremely alert and aware. Fear gets your brain ticking, takes you out of your comfort zones, creates new pathways, new possibilities. Fear is not a negative. It's what you do with that fear that can make it either a negative or a positive. You see, if you allow that fear to consume you, then it's a negative. But if you appreciate the fear, you take the sting out of it, you take the bite out of it. If you embrace it and say that it's here because I'm alive, it's trying to serve me, then you look at it completely different. And you focus better, then calmness comes. Fear is natural. If you don't have fear, there's something wrong with you. Hello? You guys getting that? Is it making sense? You're going to have to coach people, guys. You're going to have to coach people that scare you. You're going to have to coach people that's going to intimidate you. Sometimes you're going to have to coach people and you're going to feel like, am I really capable? You're going to have that intruder sense. You know, am I really good enough to be able to do this? That's fear. Why you have that feeling? Simply because you want to do a great job. You want to be good at it. Yeah. So why allow that fear to consume you? Embrace it and say, thank you. Thank you for showing me that I'm alive, that I'm authentic, that I'm an actual human being. That's a gift. Cool. So if you do want to ask the person out for a date and feel a little bit of fear, that's a good thing. True awesomeness, true success is not having fear. True success, in my personal opinion, means having a bit of fear, appreciating it, and still having the courage to act in the midst of it. Because the moment you act in the midst of fear and you get a positive result, you are motivated to do it again. So a lot of people think they need to be motivated beforehand. So let me tell you a quick secret about motivation. It's not a prerequisite for greatness. It's a result. Motivation is not required before you do something the first time. Courage is. You cannot be motivated to do something the first time. Motivation can only happen when you recognize what it felt like the first time you do it and you felt good. Motivation is a result of action, not a prerequisite. Stop waiting for motivation and listening to motivational speakers. They're not going to change your life. Because you listen to them and an hour later, you feel empty again. Nothing's changed. Ooh. Inspiration changes us. Transformation changes us. No motivation. Motivation is a result. Motivational speakers merely plays on your emotional state and your memory. They remind you of what you've done. And now you think you can do it again. That's motivation. You've done it already. It's a result. It's not a prerequisite. Courage is. But courage can only work if you understand what fear is. That if you understand that fear serves you, courage is easy. Does it make sense? Are we going deep? Yes. Come on, guys. Real world. Simple. Too deep. Good. All right. I told you guys I'll teach you. There's 2 things that influences what we delete, distort, and generalize. Are you ready for that? These other stuff in between is just nuggets. It's not part of the course. It's free. Don't worry about it. You can pay for it. Difference between motivation and inspiration. Okay, I had a good question. I'll saw that. So you actually got 3 ways of talking. You've got 3 types. You've got motivation, inspiration, and transformation. So motivation is when you just feel good using memory. Motivation itself doesn't really bring change. Inspiration installs hope and a desire for change. So most spiritual talkers, preachers, so on, are inspirational speakers. So what they do is they install hope and a desire for change. Okay. Transformational speakers make you feel capable of doing it. They install hope, a desire for change, and how. The how to do it is in there as well. That's the transformation. So not only do you want to change, but you know how to, and you apply it. And now there's transformation. So if someone asks me what I do for a living, to a certain extent, I could possibly answer, I believe I'm a transformational speaker. There are some of the times when I'm an inspirational speaker, and there are some of the times when I am a bit of a motivational speaker. But my true passion is actually transformation. I want to see the change. I don't want to just make you feel good. That serves no object. That just tickles your ears and makes you feel good for a while. You've got to learn something that you can apply and then have a result. That's transformation. Heidi, is that cool? Got it? Okay, that's a good question. All right, so what are the 2 things that we do that influences how we delete, distort, and generalize? The first thing we need to realize is we are emotional beings, and our emotional state influences how we delete, distort, and generalize. You can be in a great mood, someone gives you an insult, you laugh it off. You can be in a really bad mood, someone gives you a compliment, and you feel insulted. Your state, your emotional state. Now, I've heard people say, no, I'm not emotional. No, you are. We're humans. We are emotional all of the time. We always have an emotional state that is functioning. Very often we have more than one emotional state functioning. Who's ever laughed and cried at the same time? It's 2 extreme opposite emotional states that can function at the same time. How weird is that? Yeah. You can suppress or attempt to ignore an emotion, but it will manifest. It will manifest. Trying to ignore emotions is actually not very healthy. Trying to ignore emotions are actually not very healthy. We need to learn to feel them and accept them and laugh, cry, sneeze, fart. You can do all these things at the same time. It's okay. Emotions are real, and we are real, and we feel emotions. But the key to this is emotions influence how we make decisions. Emotions impact our thought process. So to understand this better, we need to understand what are thoughts. Now, thoughts are nothing else but internal conversations. Can I say that again? Thoughts are nothing else but internal conversations. You have more than one voice in your head. Have you ever gone to buy something and one of your voices, no, you can't afford this, no, I can. you're gonna look good in this. Yeah, but it's gonna. Maybe you're gonna be too sexy. But yeah, but then she's gonna see that, or he's gonna and it's like, no, you shouldn't do it. No, you do that. Do that. And hold, maybe I'm gonna do this. No, you can't do this. You shouldn't do this. No, it's a good thing to do this. It's gonna be fun to do this. No, you're gonna shit yourself. It's gonna be a very bad thing. You got multiple voices going on inside of your head, guys. You are an internal schizophrenic. Hello, welcome to the real world. There's nothing wrong with you. That's who we are, how we function. We literally have multiple conversations in our heads. You are aware of that, right, guys? Okay. Those conversations are called thoughts. The voice that's the loudest, the strongest, that carries the most weight or authority inside of your own brain, that's the one that we call decision. Every time something happens, there's a voice saying this was great. There's another voice, which is the critical voice, that says, no, it wasn't. This was, you made a fool of yourself. Which one do you listen to the most? It's, guys, both are there. You're awesome or you're an idiot. Both of those voices are there. Your perception about who you are is not based on either one of those two facts, really. It's based on which one of those voices you listen to the most. Because there's another objective voice, there's another creative voice, there's another weird voice. You've got a variety of all these different voices in your head. But you become a product of the voice that you listen to the most. So which voice do you listen to? Which one would you prefer to listen to? Teach some of them to speak louder and teach some of them to shut up. They are your voices after all. You are in control of them. Now, your state determines which one in that moment speaks the loudest. Does that make sense, guys? Can you understand how that influences deletion, distortion, and generalization? Okay. Now, here's the second thing that influences deletion. And this is the, guys, if you don't know this, this is going to shift your reality. This is going to shift your life. This is going to change who you are. This is going to alter your future. This, to me, when I learned it, was the biggest thing that brought this change in me. In your brain, you've got electrical connections called neuron networks, neuron pathways, right? On top of your neuron network, there's a specific part of it called the reticular activating system. In short, we just call it the RAS. The full name is the reticular activating system. Now, your reticular activating system, in essence, is responsible for your arousal. Now, the moment I say the word arousal, most people think arousal is a sexual thing. No. Arousal is simply when your brain is, there's a heightened awareness of something. And when your brain is aroused to it, the reticular activating system will do two things. Number one, it will find more proof of, and it will confirm, number two. So number one, it will find more proof. Number two, it will confirm. I'll give you a very practical example. Do you remember the last time you bought a car, a motor vehicle? Do you remember the 2 weeks following? How many of those same motor vehicles do you see on the road? All of a sudden, you started seeing more. What happened? You made a decision. Your reticular activating system was now aroused. It needed to do two things: find more proof of and absolutely confirm. That's what it does. Ladies, when you change your hairstyle completely, who had a complete hairstyle change quite recently? Anybody? Or some of the guys maybe even. Tanya? Did you notice when you had your complete hairstyle change that all of a sudden there's so many other bitches walking around with the same hairstyle? How did that happen? You know, when young people get married and they get pregnant, I remember my brain, I never, as a young man, I never saw prams. Prams didn't exist in my consciousness. Then my wife fell pregnant and we had to buy a pram. All of a sudden, I was just seeing prams. And I was seeing cool prams, 3-wheel prams, 4-wheel prams, like a disc rims, off-road ones. I wanted prams with spinners on them, and like a drift. All of a sudden, the brain starts finding more proof and confirmation. And it finds more detail. Because that's what the RAS does. Now, here's the key. Here's the reason I want you guys to understand. If your voice, the one that's the most powerful inside your brain, your thoughts, one of those multiple voices, if one of them shouts, you're a failure, it triggers your RAS. To do what? To find more proof and confirmation. And it will. It will delete, distort, and generalize until it finds proof and confirmation. If you believe you're unsuccessful, your RAS will find proof and confirmation. If you believe you're not lovable, your RAS will find proof and confirmation. And Heidi, this one's for you. If you believe you're not heard, your RAS will find proof and confirmation. If you believe the strongest voice in your head says, I see opportunity, your RAS will find proof and confirmation. If the strongest voice in your head says, I live in absolute abundance, I'm blessed, I'm grateful, your RAS will find proof and confirmation. You look for a job, you find the job. You go home, you tell your family and your friends, I found the best job in the world. Because you were desperate to find the best job in the world. So your RAS tells you, you found the best job in the world. You look at your boss and you see the good in them. You look at the company and you see the positive. You look at the function you need to do and you see the excitement. And your RAS confirms this to you. So now you tell all your family and your friends, I have found a great job. I'm so happy. Now you start working at this company and you stand at the coffee machine. And Auntie Martha, that's been there 147 years already, stands at the coffee machine with you. And she makes your ear her dustbin by telling you, yeah, but you think this is such a great job. Let me tell you a couple of things about your boss. Let me tell you a couple of things about this company. And you allow all that crap to enter your brain. And that stuff now becomes your voice inside of your head. That now sits on that reticular activating system of yours, your RAS, and says, hey, find more proof and confirmation of this. Within a month, you hate your job, you hate the company, you think your boss is an asshole. Nothing has changed except where you focused. The same job that made you happy now is not good enough. We do it with our partners sometimes. We do it with our family members sometimes. You know that one? No, I won't talk to her ever again. You need to understand why, eh? And you keep repeating that bullshit in your own brain. And as you do, that RAS is like a satellite dish. It's just scanning for more proof and confirmation. You're saying, see, I told you so. I just knew it. I just knew it. No, it's just matter. You just decided to focus on that area. You just told your RAS to find more proof and confirmation of that particular fact. What if you told it to find a different particular fact? Ooh. Guys, you are a product of where your RAS points. Your future is not determined on your ability, your skill, or anything else, but where your RAS is going to point. Where's your RAS going to take you? To success or to failure? Choice is yours. Where is your RAS point? Let's look at your failures, your weaknesses, and you try to build them up and become average. Or is it pointing towards your skills and your capabilities? You see, we get trained from young age to be average. We go to school, we come home with a report card. You get great marks in 2 subjects, and you get an F for maths. And the mommy and daddy send you to math classes. To do what? To force you to learn something you don't like learning, you're probably not naturally good at, just so you can be average at it. Instead of sending you for extra classes to the subjects that you scored the most of and making a true master of that. We can learn from a young age to play our weaknesses to make them average. And we don't get reminded of our amazing skills and capabilities. And the problem is we think everybody's got the same skills and capabilities as us. Hello? I had a woman that worked for me, Angie. Angie was, in my opinion, a brilliant artist. I grew up in an artist home, so I could recognize great art. So whenever she had a break, she would sit and she would draw. And she would draw the most amazing stuff. So I went to her one day, I said, "You're brilliant at art." She said, "Everybody can draw." No, not everybody can draw well. I can draw a stick man, but you're probably not going to recognize what it is. But you draw fantastic. She says, "No, everybody can do this." I said, "Angie, this is a gift. You should make a living from this." She says, "Nobody's going to pay me for this. It's too easy." I started coaching her. She eventually resigned. Guess what she does for a living? Well, art. She sells her art and she teaches other people to paint and draw. She's got a business. She's very successful. She does extremely well. Most people don't realize that you can make a business from something that you find extremely easy. You see, your natural capability and skill is actually very easy. Guess what I do for a living? I talk into a microphone. I was born in 1963. Imagine in the year 1971, my father asked me, "So what are you going to become one day?" So, "Well, Dad, I'm going to talk into a microphone and the people are going to pay me." Fat slap against the head, right? Become a doctor. What is your natural ability? What's the natural skill? What's your natural gift that's right at your fingertips, that you do extremely well, that you find extremely easy? Why are you not building a career around that? Why do we go and we study things we don't understand and we don't really like to become average at something? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Take your ability, your skill, hone them, make them fantastic, stimulate your RAS so it finds more proof and opportunities around it. And boom, shakalaka, there's life and a happy one. Yeah? How do you shift your RAS? How do you get your RAS to point somewhere else? There's only one way. Only one way. You want to know? Who wants to know how to shift your RAS? You see, whenever you open your mouth and words come out, that's the strongest director of your RAS. Because whatever comes out of your mouth, your ears hear and your heart believes, and your RAS is stimulated. You direct your RAS by the words you use, by what you say. How do you shift it? Start saying something else. Start saying something else. Now you stimulate a different part of your neural network, and your RAS will start finding what? Finding more opportunity and places where this can happen. So you need to start using the right words. So I'm not a guy that believes, you can just say things and magically it'll happen. So if you stand in a field of thorns, all right, You can't go and stand in the field of thorns and say, I'm standing in the bed of roses, I'm standing in the bed of roses, and all of a sudden you're going to open your eyes and you're going to be surrounded by roses. That's not going to work. I don't believe that. And a lot of people think that's the way you shift your res, that positive affirmation. A positive affirmation is the following way. You're standing in a field of thorns and weeds. You close your eyes, you say, I have the capability, the talents, and the strength to turn the soil, weed the weeds, plant new plants, water it, nurture it, feed it, and grow a beautiful, magnificent garden. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So now what's going to happen? Where am I now focusing? Am I now focusing on the weeds? No. Am I now focusing on the fact that one day there's going to be roses? No. I'm focusing on my skills, my talents. I need to get a spade. I need to turn the soil. I need to weed this garden. I'm focusing on what can happen and what needs to be done. Now I know what needs to be done. Now I can do it. Now change happens. As I'm turning the soil, I'm realizing what? I can actually do this. This is cool. Now my res is stimulated even further. Not only this field, I can turn another field as well. Now the res goes, it's not roses. I can maybe plant vegetables. Now it starts finding more opportunities and places where I can do this. You guys getting it? That's how you change your res. Change your words. Change what comes out of your mouth. Yep. You got two choices. You can go around and say, oh, I've made such a mess of that. I've made so many mistakes in my life. What your res is going to do is find more proof and confirmation of mistakes that you've made or what you can make. Or you can say, life is such a beautiful learning experience. Now where's my res pointing? At the learning. Yeah. So I'm gonna pick on someone now. For any other reason, but it's just a good practical example. Heidi, sorry, forgive me. Please forgive me up front. You said earlier, your whole life people don't listen to you. As the words coming out of your mouth, your ears hear it, your heart will believe it, and your res will find more proof and confirmation. I listened to the way you spoke. I listened to the way you constructed your sentence. You speak intelligently. You speak very well. But if you believe, and here's a strange thing, you see, if we believe that people don't listen to us, we remove authority out of our voices.
Sure.
And we replace it. Sorry, guys, I need to say this. We replace it with desperation. Now, the moment we replace it with desperation, we start chasing something. Anything in life, if you chase it, it's going to run away from you. If you chase money, it's going to run away from you. If you chase happiness, it's going to run away from you. Chasing something scares it because the energy is a desperation energy. Chill, relax, and embrace it. I've got two dogs. If my dogs are lying comfortable in their bed and I run into the room, I say, come here, come here, and I start chasing them. What are they going to do? They're going to bark, they're going to jump, they're going to run. Where? Away from me. But if I could sit down on the floor and say, look, come, open my arms. What are they going to do? They're going to come. Yep. Hmm? When you choose the words, choose embracing words, not chasing words. Chasing words has got rules attached to it. Must, have to, should. Embracing words has got possibility words. I love, I enjoy. It's gratitude-based words. You hear the difference? Guys? Sibo? Shri? Shri? Shamim? Getting this? Imagine for a moment you start applying this now. What is your life going to be like 5 years from now? Shimeen, keep you unmuted. Say. You want to say something?
Is your rares purely what comes out of your mouth, or is it your whole character in general, how you deal with people?
What comes out of your mouth? So your rares, to a certain extent, is based on two things. What comes out of your mouth, external voice and internal voice. So the strongest internal voice and your external voice, those two things, merge them. That's where you're
at. It has a ripple effect, and it will change your whole character.
Just say that again. Your sound didn't come through quite.
So would by saying constant affirmations every day, I'm changing the way I think. I'm changing what's within me.
Yeah.
And by changing that, okay. And that would change other things in me. That would change everything else in me.
It's a ripple effect. So I'll give you guys an example. Before I entered this industry, my early days, quite honestly, I personally, I think I was an asshole. I wasn't a very nice guy. I was ruthless. If I met myself now, I probably wouldn't have liked myself. But my RAS was absolutely pointing in the wrong direction. So I actually made a decision a couple of years ago. I'm going to reinvent myself. I'm going to alter my own identity, what I am, who I am. Now I'm a trainer, I'm a father, I love humanity, and I love this version of me. And this is the better version of me. Why? Because I was playing my strengths and I was pointing my RAS in the right direction. I was feeding my brain with the things that I wanted. Not greed things or authoritarian things or control other people things. That's what I did in the past. I decided I wanted to, that's not me. That's not the natural me. The real me actually wants to do certain things in a different way. And I had to retrain my brain, literally, to become that version. Is it possible? Yes, I'm living proof of it. And I've coached so many people already through that process. Guys, your identity, you need to understand something about identity. Whatever identity you adopt, you will make manifest in your world. Your identity is who you are. So let's ask this question. Who here is a runner? Any runners here? Joggers? Francis, how often do you run? Daily?
Yes, every day.
Every day. How far do you run roughly?
About 10 kilometers, weekends more.
Okay. When you think about running, what comes to mind?
Peace.
Peace. Okay. When you go on a long weekend, you go on a holiday, do you pack your running shoes as well? In your running clothes?
First thing I pack.
First thing you pack. All right. Who here is absolutely not a runner? Dikla, your hand went up first. All right. Dikla, when you think about running, what do you think of?
Exhaustion. Exhaustion? Yes, the first thing that comes up. Why? Yeah.
When you go on a long weekend and someone says, pack your running shoes, what are you going to do?
I pack my hiking shoes.
Pack your hiking shoes, not running shoes. Then I'm not going. All right. So here's the thing. See, in Francis's identity, running is part of it. The moment something is part of your identity, you live, sleep, eat, breathe it, and you find the positive in it. So when I asked her, when she thinks about running, what comes to mind? And she said, clarity or freedom. I can't remember the word. Yeah. You see, she focuses on her RAS. When she thinks about running, her RAS focuses on the pleasure and the benefits. That's a sign that running is part of your identity. If you speak to a non-runner and you talk about running, where does their RAS point? Discomfort, pain, the negatives. Now, why does one person run and the other one doesn't? Because one person believes it's a blessing and a gift, and the other one believes it creates discomfort and pain. Which one's right? Neither. But you're going to make manifest what you believe. And that's the core of your identity. Does that make sense, guys? I'm going very deep here. If you grasp this thing, your life's different. If you believe you're not a public speaker and you can't speak in public, you will only think of the pain and discomfort it's going to cause. If you believe you can, and you are naturally gifted to be able to do it, your eyes will point to the pleasures and the benefits of it. You believe you're an entrepreneur, your eyes are going to point to the pleasures and the benefits of it and the opportunities. If you believe you're not an entrepreneur, your eyes are going to point to the risk and the discomfort of it. If you believe you're a great life partner, your raise is going to point to the benefits of being in the relationship. If you believe and you tell yourself your partner's an asshole, or maybe you are in the relation or in a bad relationship, your raise is going to point to the discomfort and the pain it's causing. Your life is a result of what you believe and what identity you've attached. Because your raise will find more proof and confirmation of. It is that simplistic, yet that complex. I mean, I see that man's brain is now drifting far. Praveen, where'd your brain go?
No, I'm just thinking about that in terms of, the subconscious and how that also attracts the reality that you're in. But at the same time, what about changing those beliefs? Is it just focusing, or is it also like if you're in a situation, changing your emotional state with regards to that? So it's...
All right. So beliefs, some in your manual, there's a whole thing called the belief cycle. I think it's on page 37, if I'm not mistaken. I'll explain it quickly. So beliefs change through a number of things. Number one, your thoughts, your internal dialogue. And so some of the techniques we're going to teach you guys is to assist your client to change the way they think. Okay? Now, your thoughts are basically in charge or in control of decisions. A decision doesn't happen if there's no thoughts first. So you first have thoughts. So some of the techniques are all about changing thoughts. But your thoughts lead to decisions and choices. But there are ways of making different types of decisions and choices, and some of the techniques are specifically focused on making different decisions and choices. Whenever you make a decision or a choice, it manifests in behavior. We act according to choices we've made. Okay? You guys still with me? We act according to, we behave according to choices we've made, and choices are made because of thoughts we've had. So can you see how this one influences the other one? So our behavior comes from our choices. We need to choose first how to behave, and then we behave. Some of the techniques are behavioral specific, how to generate and create new behaviors that we're going to teach you guys. When we behave, we interact with a wider, bigger world outside of us. That creates what we call an external experience. That experience is interpreted. How we interpret that experience is also important. But that interpretation of the experience can only happen if there's a behavior. That behavior can only happen if there's a choice, and that choice can only happen if there's a thought. But there are techniques on how we can assist our client how to reinterpret that external experience, how to reframe it. Sorry, what? Now, once we interpret external experience, that interpretation is called feedback. That feedback goes back where? Into our brains. And what does it do? It shapes our beliefs. Either strengthens it or weakens it. but it impacts our belief. So how do you change your belief? Change your thoughts, change your choices, change your behaviors, change your interpretation of external experience, change the way your brain takes feedback. Either one of those. Cool. So easy, man. So easy. It's so easy. Cool. All right, let's take a quick break. Where are we now? 20 to 1. All right, 20 minutes. 20-minute break. Time for a wee-wee. See you in 20 minutes, guys. Recording progress. I was having fun. Is it fun learning, Faith?
Yes.
Cool. Clemens, is the wise man learning something?
Yes, yeah, I'm definitely learning. And I appreciate your understanding and viewpoint. I've also studied psychology and been in life coaching and did transformational life coaching, but I appreciate this perspective and this direction that you're going in, because it is very important to bring complete transformation if we want to.
Yeah. And I think it's cool that you've studied other fields. You know, a lot of people always try and say that this one's better, that one's better, this one's right, that one's wrong. I don't believe that. I believe everything serves us. So,
yes,
you know, when you go forward, don't merge all the modalities of the learning. Use them all.
For sure.
Yeah. Every little bit of knowledge adds. It's not, you know, NLP and coaching is not better than this, better. It's just a different approach.
Yeah, but I like the way you say it's a toolbox full of tools.
That's all
and
it
it
is.
works, and it works.
Yeah.
As long as it works, then we don't question it. As long as we can see people change and transform, and they have their aha moments, and they grow, and they develop and find their true self, then everything is hunky-dory.
There's no technique that I teach that I haven't done at minimum 1,000 times.
Yeah. That's great.
So I've seen the shifts, and it's phenomenal. There's nothing as stimulating. Just so you guys know upfront, because you're gonna be coaching people before Sunday, by the way. But there's nothing as stimulating and as humbling at the same time to see someone shift in front of your eyes. It's the most incredible experience. It's exhilarating and humbling. It's very strange. It's such a beautiful experience. It's humbling because we realize we're actually not bringing the change. We're just the catalyst. We're just the spanner. We're just a tool. They're changing themselves. You guys do know this, you cannot override a human's will. So if a human being doesn't want to change, you're not going to change them. We are human, we're creatures with will. We decide we want to change, and then we look for a resource or a catalyst to assist us in that change. And that's what we are as coaches. We're nothing else but just a catalyst. We're a facilitator of change. We're not change bringers. Weird perspective, but yeah. But you'll see it as it happens in front of you. It's really cool. It's really cool. Nicolas has been doing it for a while, yeah? That's cool. It's humbling, exhilarating and humbling. It's weird.
Extremely.
Yeah. All right. Guess what we're going to do now? We're actually going to refer to the manual. How incredible would that be? Let's go to page 20. We just got to dot some I's and cross some T's, make sure we got everything. So what I've spoken about, if you read your manuals and you read the previous pages, you'll see the whole story about the Mahout is in there. There's a couple of pages explaining deletion, distortion, generalization in a little bit more detail. You can read that tonight, this afternoon. I know you guys are going to be bored this afternoon. You're going to look for something to do, so you can read your manuals this afternoon. Okay. Every day, in fact, guys, read your manual from page 1 to where we got that day. And there's a reason for it. So I'm gonna pop a little bit of a bubble here for some of you guys. This course is not an attendance course. In other words, you don't get certified because you're a bum in a chair. You get certified because you are capable. And we're going to test you guys in 3 ways. First way we're going to test you is your comprehension ability. So at some stage, I'm going to give you a little bit of an exercise. You're going to go read up about it, and you're going to come to the class and deliver it. The second way we're going to teach you is a practical. You are actually going to coach people successfully. And the third way we're going to test you is in an exam. You are going to, at the end of this course, do a little bit of an exam. It's a quick one, just takes about 2 hours. Just got 101 questions. And the last question is, did you enjoy the course? So you already got 1 point, because hopefully the answer there is yes. It's an easy exam if you read your manual. Can we say it that way? It's multiple choice, but it's tricky if you haven't read your manual. It's very easy if you've read your manual. Okay. So what happens if you fail any of those? Well, then you just redo it. Not the whole course, just one of those areas. If you completely disastrously collapsed everything, you might be asked to redo the course for free. But if your theory exam is not the score you're supposed to have, then we just delete it and we redo it. It's that simple. Okay. Cool. It's going to be easy. All right, page 20 is just some of the implications of some of the things we spoke about the brain, the conscious, subconscious, deletion, distortion, generalization. What are some of the consequences of this, or the implications? The first one is what we experience is not necessarily reality. Reality doesn't exist on the outside of you. Reality is, and I think you guys know this by now, I don't have to unpack it anymore. Your reality is your perception of reality. Yeah. Now, the next statement is a good map is one that's useful. So in NLP, we often talk about the map, or your map of the world, your map of reality. So what is a map? A map is, well, I stay in Joburg. So if I want to draw a map of Joburg, I'm going to draw some of the roads, some of the buildings. But will that map be a full representation of everything that's in Joburg? No, it's just going to be a little bit of information that I think is important. That's in the map. So we all have a map of the world. We all have a map of reality. It is merely our perception or our interpretation of that reality. Who of you guys have ever drawn a map for someone to get to your house? I know we've got Google Maps now. We don't really do it. We just drop a pin. But when we were younger, we still had maps. And sometimes we made a drawing on a piece of paper for someone. And I laugh so much because there might have been a big white building that I thought was important. And I'll sort of write big white building. And the guy coming to me would just not see it because in their reality, it's not an exceptional building and they completely passed it and they would get lost. Who's ever drawn a map for someone else and they just couldn't find the space? Because we put on the map what we think is important, what stands out to us, but it's a limited representation of reality. And if they interpret it differently, then they get lost. So in NLP and coaching, we talk about the map is not, we all have a map. Now, how do we know a map is good? Well, does it serve you or not? Does your interpretation of reality serve you? If the answer is yes, cool, keep it. If the answer is no, cool, change it. It's not good or bad. It's just which one serves you. Does it serve you or doesn't it serve you? All right. Next statement in there, yours is not the only truth. Oh, well, it's not, because truth is what's in our ball of reality or now pot of knowledge. My truth and your truth might look different. Whose truth is right? Does it matter? When I coach my client, it's not about what my truth is, it's what's important to them. I've got certain values, I've got certain ethics, I've got certain things that I live by. I'll give you a quick example. I'm old school. I believe in marriage. I believe in long-term marriage, keeping it, fixing it, you know, not trading it in for another one. That's my personal value system. I've been married 37 years to the same woman. We've had ups and downs. There's absolute been days when she wanted to kick me out and I wasn't happy. And then there's days when everything is happy. We work on it. It's a constant flow of things. But I've coached a lot of people to get divorced. Why? Because that's their truth. That's their value. That's their life. That's their world, not mine. So there are times when we sometimes just need to get out of our own comfort zone and not be so rigid about our own rules and coach the client according to what's important for them. Okay, makes sense? Yeah. All right, next one in there. To communicate with someone and especially to get them to change, start from their map. Yeah. When we coach clients, we coach them from their reality, from their perception, from their platform of knowledge, from their map of the world. You want to get them to change, you need to work with their map. And it's a simple thing. We know this. If you want a 13-year-old to change, you speak 13-year-old language that they understand. You work with their value system and their belief system and their map. So when we talk to other grown-ups, we somehow think that all of a sudden at some stage, my map is the only one that's right. No, we work with their map. Cool. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. And people's actions make sense from their map. And I think I spoke about that as well. Okay. All right. Page 21. Now, page 21, you'll see the heading says presuppositions of NLP. So firstly, we need to understand what that big word means, presupposition. It's a presupposed truth. Is it a cast in stone concrete truth that you must apply in all areas of life? Must you believe it? No. It's a presupposed truth. So if you want to be a great coach or great NLP practitioner, all we're saying here is presuppose as if these statements are true and act accordingly. It's really not important if you actually believe them or not. But when you coach as if they are true. Does it make sense, that concept? All right, let's go through a few of them. And I've spoken about quite a few of them, but there's some of you that I haven't touched on yet. First one, maps not the territory. You guys got that. I'm not going to unpack it. Second one, all behavior is the best currently available. I have spoken about that. Whenever we do something, we measure it in the moment, and we believe in that moment it's the best choice, right? Do I have to repeat that, or you guys got that? Just give me a thumbs up if you got it. Cool. Okay, people have all the resources they need to succeed. Now, this is one of my favorites. This is one of my absolute favorites. I touched on this earlier. When I coach someone, I believe they are capable of succeeding in their dreams. But let me explain to you guys why I believe this. So as humans, we've got two types of dreams. We've got the weird and wonderful ones where we think we're Superman and we can jump off buildings. The non-realistic dreams. How do I identify them? Well, there's an interesting key about them. They don't stay. They don't linger year in and year out. They come and they go. Who's had weird dreams like that? You can walk through walls, you can snap your finger, there's 100 Rand in there or whatever. You sort of dream about this stuff and then they dissipate, they go away. There's a second type of dream. And that's the one that lingers. And very often they're big, hairy, scary, audacious, magnificent dreams of you achieving something. Of you fulfilling a dream of greatness, standing on a platform maybe and addressing 10,000 people, or literally changing the world, or being a magnificent coach, or whatever that dream is. But there's a sign on these types of dreams, and these dreams, they stay. They don't go away. Now, what are these dreams? You need to understand your conscious brain thinks limited, subconscious brain, genius. Now, the subconscious brain knows things that the conscious brain doesn't know because it can compute more data. Imagine for a moment, your subconscious brain knows what you can achieve. Consciously, logically, it doesn't make sense to you because your brain can't compute that volume of data. But on the deep subconscious, your brain can compute that volume of data. In fact, not only can it compute it, it knows how to achieve it. But to try and tell your conscious brain, it's like an overload of information. It's too much. So now your conscious brain gets overloaded and it gets scared, so it withdraws. That's what it does. Now your subconscious is getting frustrated because it's not seeing you doing this. So what is it going to do? It's going to knock on your door. When does it knock on your door? Usually at 2 o'clock in the morning. It wakes you up. It says, hey, can I tell you something? And it gives you this vision of magnificence, achievement. And you can't shake it off. It's called an unction. It's recurring. It's like scratching. It's pulling your strings. Keeps stirring you. And as long as you procrastinate and not get into it, it'll keep knocking. Why? Because it knows you're capable of doing it. And it knows you're going to be happy if you do it. And it knows the steps on how to achieve it. In other words, you know what you actually want to achieve. But it's such a complex goal that your brain gets confused when it tries to logically think about it. So what is one of the techniques we're going to teach you guys? We're going to teach you how to take that from the subconscious, put it into a proper strategy and structure so that the conscious can understand it, follow it, and achieve it. Who of you guys know what I'm talking about? That dream knocking. You know it's there, it's lingering. You can't put it into perfect words. You struggle to explain it sometimes to people. You think they're going to think you're nuts if you do tell them. Maybe you have tried to share it with someone and someone else says, cuckoo. I think you're insane. When I started in this industry, I remember years ago, there were so many other guys that have had a lot of experience. And here comes the newly certified trainer wanting to enter this industry. I had a little room at the back of our house. I could only fit 4 students in, maximum 6 at a time. And that's how I started. I was the no-name brand on the block. And every time if I got a lead, I got on the phone, I would phone that person, I would get in my car and go and see them and try and convince them to come on my course. But I was no name. 5 years later, the big guys closed down and Action Factory was the #1 in South Africa. Right now, we are the #1 in Africa. But here's this thing I want to tell you guys. I left a brilliant career, a good job, safety and security, to enter this industry. Everybody I knew at that stage told me what? You're cuckoos. You're insane. I mean, like, really? How stupid can you be? There's so much competition. This market is saturated. There's no ways you're going to make a dent in that market. But the passion and the vision and the dream was mine, and I couldn't explain it to anybody else. But I knew what to do, and I just went ahead and did it. Now, what is the difference between insanity and genius? Just the outcome. See, originally everybody thought I was insane. Now the same people tell me, hey, bro, you were genius. You saw a gap and you took it. Same people think I was genius. The same people who call me insane. The difference between insanity and genius is only the results. To others, your dream might sound insane, crazy, but it wasn't given to them. It's not theirs to comprehend and understand. It's not theirs to fulfill. They weren't given the talents, the gifts, and the ability, the strategy, and the plan how to achieve it. You were. That's why. subconscious is doing that, knocking, trying to stir you, pulling your strings, making you feel uncomfortable when you think about it, because fear overcomes you, because this thing is so huge. Hello? Now, I want you to understand something. Your subconscious or your brain will not entertain things permanently if the strategy and the structure and the belief on how to achieve it is not there. Our brains do not hang in fantasy world forever. It dreams about it, discards it, moves on to something else. But if it's real for the subconscious, in other words, if the capability and the steps are in your subconscious, it will keep thinking about it. It will keep reminding you of it. It will stay there. So here's the thing. A lot of motivational speakers love using the statement, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. I want to change it. Not if you can dream it. If you are consistently dreaming it, the ability to achieve it is already in you. You just got to bring it to the surface. So how do you do that? Well, the best way is to start. Start where? What's your fingertips? What's the first thing you know you can do? But I'll teach you guys how to build that strategy plan properly. All right. Who's excited already about that? If that doesn't excite you, nothing will. Yeah. You are a phenomenal human being. Start living up to it. Did you know that you're phenomenal? You know what most of us try and do? We try and copy other phenomenal people. Imagine for a moment that life is just a big puzzle and you're one of the puzzle pieces. Now, what's one thing about a puzzle piece? It's unique, right? And it only has one space to fit in. But when it fits into that space, it fits in perfectly. But have you ever built a puzzle where it looks like it could fit in here and you try and force it in and it doesn't really want to go in? Yeah. A lot of us, that's exactly what we do. We look at someone else, we look at other achievers in this world and we try and replicate what they are. But have you also noticed that it sort of doesn't fit properly? All you need to do is just be the real you and find your little space and just fit in there. And the whole puzzle just comes together perfectly. It's much easier than forcing yourself into a space that's not you truly. Authenticity is the greatest gift you can give yourself. Why am I talking about these things? Did you get that sinking in? Cool. All right, next one. We're in the manual. I can't read this manual. It's too small for me. All right, people have all the resources they need to succeed. I'm in charge of my mind and therefore my results. Yeah. Obvious one, right? No need to unpack. Next one. And the next two actually go together. The only reliable information about a person is their behavior. Now, this relates directly to the coaching session, so your information gathering process, it's not the words they use, it's how they behave in the session that you need to. So I'll teach you guys how to monitor people, how to read people. I'm not talking about body language. I'm talking about every human being gives off their own signals. So very often, how many times has someone asked you, are you okay? And you say, yes, I'm fine. And you were lying. You were falling apart. You were desperate for help. Has that happened before? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Your client is going to say certain words, but they speak merely surface structure language. Below all of that, there's a much deeper meaning. How do I very often know there's a deeper meaning? I watch for signals on the body and their behavior, and I use that as my guide. And I'll teach you guys how to do that. And the next one is mind and body is one system. These two are linked. Mind and body is one system. What happens in the mind reflects in the body. And very often, if we shift what we do in the body, the mind changes. Do you know that you can alter your emotional state and your levels of energy just by moving differently? If you want to feel depressed or sad, clasp your fists or your arms in, go into a fetus position, shoulders forward, bend down. Your mood will drop. You will go into a more sadder, depressed state. You want to feel more positive and energized? Palms up, shoulders back, chest out, chin up, and put a bit of a swagger in your wiggle. Yeah, mama, move those butts. And your mood starts to change. Why? Because your body is acting like you're in a great state, and it fools the chemicals in the brain to start producing great state chemicals. It's that easy. It's an easy test to do. Next time you're feeling sad and depressed, go skip. You cannot stay depressed while skipping. It's just not possible. Isn't that interesting? You're in control of your state. How do you change it? Change your physiology. Move differently. Cool. Yeah. Hello? Hello? This is a cool trick, guys. Palms up, chest, chin up, chest out, shoulders up. Posture, it's called. I need to keep my energy high when I train. Can you see my chair? I know it's blurred, but can you guys notice that I don't touch the back of my chair? I sit upright. I've got my feet in the ground. I'm applying a little bit of pressure. I'm putting my navel towards my spine. I'm pinching my butt tight a little bit. Why? I've got my palms up most of the time. I use my hands when I talk. Why? It raises my energy. It keeps me positive and in a good state. You can control your own state very easily. All right, next one. Respect the other person's model of the world. I think we spoke about that, yeah? Cool. Next one, the meaning of your communication is the response you get. Let me unpack this one quickly. Inside of the coaching session, whatever response your client gives you, you as the coach takes accountability for it. The client didn't misunderstand you ever. You said something the wrong way. So if there's any form of misunderstanding or confusion, take accountability for it and fix it. Easy peasy. Yeah. It's called responsibility. Accountability. Whatever happens in the session, you're accountable for it. Take accountability. If they misunderstand you, change what you've said, fix it. Okay. All right, next one. You cannot not communicate. As humans, we cannot not communicate. Even if you are just sitting here at the moment today, I've been doing most of the talking and you guys have been sitting just listening. But you've got an expression in your face. I'm picking up. If you enjoy what I'm saying, if you're getting bored, if your brain's going to la la land or whatever. Our physiology is communicating. Number one. Number two, we do give off energy. This is not weird shit. This is science. You are 11 trillion, roughly 11 trillion cells that's covered in the skin. You're a huge collection of batteries. Your cells got positive and negative poles. If I put you under a piece of glass, and I take metal shavings and I throw it over and I vibrate it, that metal shavings will form a pattern the same way it'll form a pattern if I put a magnet under it. You have got an electronic field around you. You guys are aware of that, right? This is not weird stuff. This is fact. Now, here's one thing that most people don't realize. When your state shifts, so does your field. People feel it. We feel it. And these fields are big. They're big. Who's been in a room? One person enters the room, the whole atmosphere in the room changes. Not a word has been spoken, but there's immediately a change in the room. Or sometimes someone leaves the room and immediately there's a change in the room. Have you ever felt that? What is that? That's your electricity field. We use the term, we say some people's got presence. Yeah, Einstein said it's physics, not philosophy. Absolutely. It is. This is pure, absolute, just scientific physics. Easy to measure. It's measurable. That's the cool thing. Now, I know some people see it in colors and they call it auras and all kinds of things. Yeah, cool, go for it. But the bottom line is you do give off an energy and your client picks it up. Thank you for that confirmation, Precious. Anyone who can hear yes back. Thank you kindly. All right, next one. There is no failure, there's only feedback. Do you know that failure is a man-made concept? And is made by humans who want to control others? It's the only reason the concept exists. When you are born as a child and you're trying to walk, how many times do you fall before you get it right? Hundreds. If in the child's mind, the concept of failure existed, they will fall a few times and they'll stop trying. The human brain only understands failure because it's taught what it means. It's not born with understanding. What it's born with is the principle of feedback. Everything is merely information gathered. So I fall, okay, I've got to tweak it, I've got to adjust, I've got to change, I've got to do it differently. I want to say this again. Failure is a man-made concept. And it's only made because it gives control. It gives other people control over you. The moment someone can make you believe that you have failed, they are your master. Can we wait for a minute for that to sink in? It's just feedback. Now, you can't go and do the same shit over and over and keep saying, well, there's no failure, there's only feedback. Feedback also means change, doing it differently. Feedback means I've learned that I need to alter, that I need to change, that I need to do it differently. Okay? Is that all right? So feedback has an action attached to it. It's not just a thought or a statement. Feedback brings change. When a baby tries to walk and they fall, they don't repeat the same behavior over and there's no failure, there's only feedback. They start trying to walk differently. Yeah. What's the first words a baby usually says? Most of you guys are going to say mama. No, that's the first word you understand of what they said. That wasn't my question. The question was, what's the first word they say? And we've got no idea what they're saying. And they realize these big things called humans are not responding. So what do? They take feedback and they start doing what? They start shaping those words differently. Until when? Until we react and we respond and we go, mama. Ah! And then we freak out. And now they go, okay, this one got the reaction I was looking for. I'll keep that one. Now let's add another word to this. There's no failure. It's a process of learning, of development. Life does not have failure. Well, there's one. Who knows what it is? Who knows what it is? Got any? Go for it.
To stop trying, to not go again, to not go again and again.
Do not get up, to stay down. That's it. Everything else is feedback. Everything else is feedback. So when you went to school and the teacher said you failed that subject, BS. You never failed. You just realized you're not naturally inclined nor passionate about that subject. Big deal. Sun didn't stop burning. The moon still came out. The fish still swim in the sea. Nothing changed. Except your state and your belief in yourself. Is that okay? Just feedback. You're in a relationship and it went sour. You go into another relationship. You just do things differently. Learn from it. Life is just a matter of learning. That's what life is. See, some people where am I going down these fields? Anyway, with these rabbit holes. But sometimes I just need to say things for you guys to grasp. Some people base their lives on their achievement and their successes, and they think that's what life's about. Guys, if you want to climb Kilimanjaro, it's going to take you years to prepare. The average person takes between 2 and 3 years from the moment they decide they want to climb Mount Kilimanjaro to actually climbing the mountain. 2 to 3 years. Do you know how long you spend on the top of that mountain? 3 minutes. What? It takes 2 to 3 years to get there, and you're only there for a quickie up on the top. And then you go down the other side. How disappointing must life be if you've only based your life on the highlight moments? So in a 2-3 year window frame, you only got 3 minutes of happiness, and the rest is miserable. Like, seriously? No, it's not life. Life is the entire journey, the whole preparation, everything. Going up the mountain and down the mountain and spending time, all of it. Everything of it is part of the journey. What is my computer doing strange things here now? Very weird. Okay. You guys can still see me. You hear me? Did you hear that, by the way? Some people live only for the highlights. But let me tell you a quick reason why. Because they so desperately fear the low moments. They put their focus and attention only on the high moments. Oh, I'm going for that, going for that, going for that. They're crapping themselves about the low moments. If we can get to a position where going up the mountain, going down the other side, everything about life, the adventure, the experience becomes a bliss, becomes a wonderful journey, so much easier. And we learn more because then we don't judge things as right, wrong, good, bad. Okay. Feedback. Did I have the desired outcome? Yes or no? Yes. Cool. Repeat. Improve. No? Okay, cool. Improve. Do it again. Easy peasy. Okay, so to Denzel. What's Denzel saying? Denzel, can you stop typing in the chat? Because I can't read everything and talk. It's not about the peak, it's about the climb. There we go. I've got a curious one. I always need to know. So the chat's going on here. And I see you guys are talking to each other. I'm like, I'm missing out. It's FOMO, yeah? Fear of missing out. All right. Oh, where are we? There's no failure, there's only feedback. You got that? There's no failure, there's only feedback. Yeah? Isn't that a cool one? Such a cool statement. Next one. The more complex the situation you have to cope with, the more behavioral flexibility you need. This is called the law of requisite variety. So there is another definition of that one, and it goes, the person with the most choices of behavior will rule the system. Person with the most choices and flexibility of behavior will rule the system. So there's a principle behind this. And here's the principle. Have you guys seen these balloons on the side of the road? They look like stick men and they're flapping all over the place. Usually some garages have got them. So why don't those balloons blow away? They're extremely flexible. They're flapping all over the place. Why don't they blow away? Very simple. Because they're well grounded. That's the reason. If we are well grounded, what is that? High level of emotional intelligence. Comfortable in our own skin. We are flexible in behavior. If we are not well grounded, we need to be rigid. Oh, we do it this way. We've always done it this way. This is the way we will do it continuously, forever and ever. That's being rigid. That's based on fear, because you're not grounded well. Because you've got a low level of emotional intelligence. If I coach a 57-year-old businessman, will I coach them different than when I'm going to coach a 15-year-old teenager? Of course, flexibility in behavior. It's natural, it's normal. But as a coach, the more complex the situation, the more flexible I need to become. The more complex and challenging the situation, the more flexible I need to be. I'm very flexible. I can't bend over and touch my ass with my head. I'm not that physical flexible, but I am flexible in behavior. I'm comfortable in my, I'm going to put this another way. I really don't care making a fool out of myself. In fact, sometimes I enjoy it a lot. I'm too old to make a fool out. I don't give a shit anymore. I just want to see my client change. Whatever I need to do to get them to change, that's what I'm going to do. And if it means me getting out of my comfort zone and doing stuff that I naturally or instinctively won't do, then that's what it takes. It's not about you, it's about the client shifting. Is that okay? Yeah. Hello. All right. And the last one, any change should increase choice and wholeness. So that's a simple concept. If there's change in the client, we do it to increase their, well, it's for their betterment, it's for their improvement, it's for their wholeness, it's for their development in life. All right. Make sense, guys? Got it? Again, I want to say this. I don't care if you believe these things is true or not, but when we coach, we act as if they are true. And we coach accordingly. Okay. All right, so you got homework for this afternoon. I want you guys to go and read your manuals up until page 21. That's to where we got today. And tomorrow morning, we're going to start with your first skill, which is called the meta model. And if you want to, you can go and read the meta model, start prepping for it. We'll make it easier. So what is the meta model? A lot of people teach the meta model as the model on how to ask questions. What page is the meta model on? Afri, it's the next page. Page 22. Yeah. A lot of people teach the meta model as a questioning model. I don't. I do believe that the meta model is actually a listening model. So we learn to listen correctly, we'll know what questions to ask. So the meta model is not a questioning model, it's a listening model first and foremost. So you're most welcome, go and read it, just get a basic understanding of it. But up until page 20, you need to grasp everything we've done. I'm not going to repeat it tomorrow, we're going to move on to the next stuff. Training is layered, so we teach one thing today, we teach another thing tomorrow. What we teach tomorrow very often is based on what we taught today. So you've got to stick with the program, otherwise you're going to get lost. Is that okay? Questions? Who's got questions? Any questions? All right, now I'm going to ask questions. What did you learn today? Clemens, what did you learn today? Any? You want to go? You can go second. Start with Clemens. What did you learn today?
Well, I've learned a lot about the brain, the conscious, subconscious, a little bit about the unconscious, and how we can actually change from the inside people, and we don't coach towards the outside circumstances. We coach towards the inner belief and their motives and where they are and their realness of the world, so that they can find the answer and that they can see, this is the aha moment, this is what I need to do. And we never give advice. We draw things out of them for them to discover, so that they can make the changes and that they can take accountability for it.
Oh, nice, good. Benny, what did you learn today? Thanks, Clemens. Goldfish.
For me, the biggest one was the rest. In fact, since you've spoken about it, I've started to now look at what I'm focusing on. For example, I was losing concentration, and I used what you said. You said, a can do. We mustn't think about those or the two elephants, not thinking about the two pink elephants, rather than think about what you actually want to to manifest. So I was thinking I can concentrate. I am enjoying the lecture. What are the points that I was enjoying there? So already looking at that res, I'm starting to focus on things that I want to focus on so that I have positive manifestations.
The girls want you to keep talking because you have such a lack of voice. You guys hear that voice coming. It's cool. I love it. Oh, I love it. Do you know you got a cool voice? Have you been told that before?
I have, yes. More telephonically than anything, but yes, I have been told before.
Yeah, I love it. All right, who else? Precious, what did you learn today? That was different from
Thank
previous
you.
calls.
Okay, thank you. I've learned that not all the information that is stayed on one's head, and some information people delete it and distort and also be generalized.
Cool. You like pink, do you? Precious?
Not really, but it was something
You're
that
wearing pink, you got pink on the head, your background's pink, everything's pink, very pink. You're very pink today, Precious.
it was available. Thank you.
All right, Akil. Am I saying your name correct? What have you learned today?
I've learned a lot actually. It has really changed my perspective of life and the way I've been thinking before.
Cool.
With some subconsciousness, and really in the race also I've never actually knew you could control it, you know?
Yeah.
It's very different to what I normally usually think about.
How do you master control of it? How do you master control of it?
Yeah, not master it, but that you can be able to like
Yeah, but
change
if you want to
perspectives.
master it, if you want to master control of your ass, how would you do that?
By choosing my words of embracing.
Now, to master anything means you need to do it often.
Yes.
Practice, practice,
Definitely.
practice, practice. So the more you do it, the better we get at it. In the beginning, guys, some of you guys are going to be challenged in the beginning. It's going to be tough. So let me give you a quick practical tip. When you have thoughts, learn to write them down. Leave them on the paper. Tomorrow, go back, read them, and then change them. Reframe them. Ask questions about them. If you have to take thoughts, one of the best things you can do, the moment you need to write something down, I don't know if you guys realize this, when we think, we have all these voices in the head going at the same time. Our thoughts very often are scrambled. There's no proper structure to them. They're all over the place. You know what I'm saying, right? If I need to write my thoughts down, for me to be able to write them down, I need to think about them differently. I need to start to structure them. The moment I learn to structure my thoughts, I'm learning to change my thoughts. When I then read my thoughts and I can rethink what I thought, I'm progressively altering the way my brain functions. I'm progressively altering my neuron networks. Now, your brain is made up of a whole lot of electrical connections. How they function is determined by you. There's a wonderful saying that says neurons that fire together wire together. Now, what the brain does, if the brain doesn't use certain neurons, it cuts them out. It prunes. The brain is constantly busy cleaning itself up, pruning. I'll give you an example. When you were 5 years old, you picked up a language like that because your brain was wired to learn language. You had neuron pathways dedicated to learning language. When's the last time you learned a new language? Long time. So what happened to those neurons? They weren't used. If they're not used, the brain prunes them. Go try learn a new language now. you first have to teach your brain to learn a language before you can now learn a language. You've got to start creating those neuron paths first. So every new thing that you learn, you've got to teach the brain to create those neuron pathways. To teach your brain to focus your RAS somewhere else, you need to create neuron pathways that speaks a different language to your RAS. So the more you do it, the easier it becomes eventually. In the beginning, it's tough. Why? Because those neuron pathways are material. Have you ever swallowed your own spit and down the wrong hole? Why does our own spit burn if we swallow down the wrong hole? That's one question I want to answer someday. Anyway, you can teach your brain to rewire the way it thinks and focuses, but you've got to rewire those neurons. It means putting yourself in an uncomfortable zone. It means applying discipline, dedication, courage, repetition. That's how we get it right. You're not going to magically do it. You've got to remind yourself to do it. You've got to tell yourself to do it, and you're going to do it. Cool. All right. Shri, what did you do?
Hi, Dion.
Hello.
Really nice connecting with you. And there's too much. My brain is still trying to process. Yeah, one of the things that, it's like a light bulb moment was, you judge people based on your own perspective. You have a certain perception and you expect the other person to mirror it. And when it doesn't happen, and that's the time you begin to judge. That was one. And the other thing that just came out like a thunderbolt was ignoring your emotions. And I think I did that for a very long time. And after that, after a while, you start feeling so miserable and out and down. You do not know what to do. So yeah, that would be my biggest takeaway. But yeah, I should run through the whole notes again once the session is finished. Thank you.
Teach you learning. Because I could see on your expression you were enjoying it. A lot of smiles, a lot of responses, a lot of reactions. Good to see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to someone else. Shamim? I'm just going to where guys are on my camera, so easy way. Shamim, what did you learn today?
Like Shri, I also have a lot to unpack. For me, what stood out the most was authenticity is the greatest gift you can give to yourself. And I think we all fashioned in a certain way growing up. And we go through different phases in our lives. Once we get married and have kids, we change. And for me, it's going back to who you truly are. And by being comfortable with who you are, that's for me when I feel when things will really happen.
So let me put that on steroids for you.
Sorry?
So let me give you some more about how we change.
Yeah.
So what if I tell you guys that you change every 7 years? Think of your life. Birth to 7, that was a season. 7 to 14, different season. 14 to 21, a new season. 21, 28, a different season. 28 to 35, a different season. 35, 42, a different season. 42, 49, a different season. 49, 56, a different season. 56 to where we're now, 63, a different season. 63 to 70, well, you're so old then, it doesn't really matter anymore. No, I'm teasing. Different season. Different season. But here's the key. Think of the season change as a metamorphosis. Think of those every 7 years. You as a human go through a metamorphosis. The same way a caterpillar goes into a cocoon, which is a dark space, comes out the other side differently. Now, the moment it comes out the other side and it comes out maybe as a butterfly, for it to survive, can it still eat the same food? Chewing a leaf, a caterpillar? No. For it to move around, does it still have 38 legs to walk on? Or how does it now move around? It needs to spread its wings and fly. Does it still speak caterpillar? No, it speaks butterfly. There's a different ability, a different style of communication. But what if that butterfly tries to be a caterpillar, tries to repeat the behaviors of the past? Will it get the same results? No. Strange that we do it as humans. We so often got used to results we had in the past. And we forget that we've gone through change, we've gone through new seasons, we've gone through metamorphosis. And then even in that new season of life, we try and do what we did in the previous section, previous phase. And what we tend to do is we just put in more energy and effort and hours. And we don't get results. Are there any butterflies here trying to be caterpillars? Desperately trying, because it served you in the past. It gave you results. How do you know you've gone through? How do you know you actually moved on? Because the same stuff you used to do just doesn't give you the results. Doesn't give you the pleasure, doesn't give you the satisfaction, doesn't feed you, and you're just not getting the results. You're just not getting the outcomes. But you tried twice as hard. You've gone through a metamorphosis. The best gift you can give yourself is one of authenticity, but also you need to embrace who you are now. You don't speak the same way you did 20 years ago. You don't wear the same clothing. Your hairstyle has changed. Everything about you has changed. Embrace the change. Cool. Yep, hello. Yep. All right. Let's go one more person who wants to volunteer. Who wants to say what if you've learned anything today? One volunteer. Anybody? Bhavin?
Yeah, I think it's like it's confirmation for me in terms of my own life, you know, and just everything that I've wanted to change and just putting that into perspective and seeing also in the past like behaviors or things that I felt was conditioned for myself. So I think moving forward, it's been an eye-opener in terms of what I need to focus on instead of falling back into old patterns. And also the power of the subconscious, like knowing consciously that I don't want to, but it's still happening, you know. Like I think that's been something that I've been aware of. And then and then you go into a pattern of why is it still happening that way when I know that there's a better way to do it. Yeah, I think that's been the major thing. And I'm just excited to learn the tools to change that for myself as well, you know. And yeah, and just be that space for that transformation for other people.
Cool.
Yeah.
That question, why, you ask? Because a lot of you guys ask why. Have you learned today that that question doesn't serve you? Because you're not going to get the answer. So what do you do in its place? Decide what you want and start working towards it. Why keeps us in the cocoon? Why keeps us in a dark space? Why is a shackle that holds you back from change? So skip the why and ask, well, what do I want in this place? But then imagine for a moment that you and I go we all go for a walk in nature. And you're not looking where you're walking, you fall into a mud pit. And your eyes are sticking out, and your nose, and blah, 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 blah. Occasionally you can speak above the mud. What if I come to you and I ask you, why are you in the mud? Is that going to help you? You're still in the mud. What if I come to you and I say, well, Praveen, because this is typically what people say, why are you in the mud? I don't know. I didn't look where I was going. What the hell? I'm in the mud. Stupid question. Typical other statement people make. Well, Praveen, you know, maybe the universe is trying to teach you something. Just embrace this experience.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that helps. Seriously. I don't. It makes no logic sense to me. Or what are you learning? What are you learning? I'm learning I don't like mud, but I knew that up front. So what is the question we should ask? Where would you like to be? I noticed you in the mud. Where would you like to be? I want to be out of the mud. Okay, cool. Now let's help you out. Some questions keep us where we are. Some questions take us to where we want to be. Why keeps you where you are? Doesn't move you, doesn't push you on. Cool. Where do you want to be? All right, beautiful souls, it's 5 to 2. I said we're going to train about till 2 o'clock. So you've got good news and you've got bad news. What do you want first? The good news. The good news is we finished for the day. The bad news, we are finished for today. But you've got to go read your manual. All right. I'll try and get this recording uploaded. I'll see tonight if it's gonna, because it renders first from Zoom, and it renders almost as long as the recording is in itself. It takes hours to render, and then I've got to upload it. But I have got load shedding tonight, and if I do have, then I'm going to struggle with the upload. So we'll see how far we get, but hopefully we'll get it up. Definitely, it'll be up tomorrow. For the rest of you guys, for today, enjoy reading your manual. Have a brilliant time with your family. Go and love them. If you don't have family to love, go knock your neighbor's door and love them. I'm sure they won't mind. But just don't freak them out too much. Be blessed, be amazing. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. I'll post a new Zoom invite on the WhatsApp group for tomorrow. All right. Well, Francis, you got a question? Or are you waving? I'm not sure. Just waving. Okay. All right. Cheers, everybody. Be blessed. Have a nice afternoon.
Watch the rugby. Watch the rugby.
Oh, I've got a few people because I've got an inverter. So a lot of in our area, the power is going to be off when the game's on. But I've got an inverter that keeps my TV going. So everybody's coming here. Yeah, we're going to do a rugby afternoon and a braai. Cheers, everybody. Bye bye.
Cheers.